guess we're live. Yes, I'm Ginger Bill, and this is one of my. I've not done a stream in quite a while, to be honest with you. So I thought I'd just do it. Yeah. Hello. Best way of putting it. So, because we're an hour up, I'm just gonna have to do all of the magical stuff and such. And yes, it has been quite a while since I have done a stream on Twitch. If you haven't guessed, yeah. So hopefully it'll go well. Let's go. Hello, hello. So I'm just posting this wherever I need to post it. Okay. So I'm going to wait until people join the chat. So people come along. I'm just going to be drinking. I've got some of my own golden ale. Yeah. That's what you do when you do a stream, right? Obviously. I mean, I do. Hello, hello. Right, so we're working on... I need to change the... It's not Tilda Back's End. Good God, that's the wrong name. We're going to do... Odin Game Development. I'm just going to change the name of it. Sorry, I forgot to change the name, as you do. There we go. So now, is the audio a bit quiet? Well, we can boost up the microphone quite a lot. Is that better? Hopefully that's a little bit better. It's not too spiking or anything like that. Yeah, not Tilda Development, unfortunately, no. So, I'm going to wait again, just wait until people join, and then we'll get going, shall we? In fact, what I'll do is I'll go directly to this, so now you can see me in that little corner, and do I need to be over here a little bit? Yeah, look, here. So I was in the center. There we go, much better. So I've decided to make a game. I saw the Prime Gem making a game on stream. He was doing a tower defense game in Zig, and I thought, no, I'm going to do it in Odin. And I was going to do a tower defense, and then I changed my mind at the last moment, and I've decided to do like a dungeon crawler defense. I don't know, game. I'm making it up, right? It's not that complicated, really. So I've already got some Raylib doing. I'm not don't know much about Raylib in general, but I've got window rendering. Look at that. Look at that magic. Yeah, looks great to me. So, because we've got stuff rendering already on the screen, what I want to do is load some textures. And some of the textures that I've got are all these magical things. And to be clear, where I got these from were Kenny. The Kenny stuff here, the Dutch libraries, open source, completely, not from source, public domain, Creative Commons 0, whatever you want to call it. These are the things that I'm going to be using. Looks pretty good to me. Again, it's good enough for getting started, just for like a little demo, and it's going to be an isometric game. Who would have guessed? Yes, welcome to the yearly stream, which is how often I stream, because I just don't do it. Okay? Yeah, so shall we get going with all this? So you can see these things here. They've got some measurements here. So they're 256 pixels wide, but they are 120 pixels high here, but the whole thing's 512. They're actually quite big textures in the grand scheme of things. So what I'm going to do is, because how they're flipping stored is not even in a... because they're not even that... How do I put them? They're not in a sprite sheet. So I'm going to have to make a load of things. So effectively say load directory of textures. I am very... like this. So pattern string map, the name of the thing, texture 2D for Raylib. Very good. The textures, I'm going to make one of them, yeah, and return one of them. Oop. Textures, there we go. I'm then going to just mock this out. So there's a file path glob pattern. That means I need to import path/file path. Right, by the way, I put these here just before the stream so I remember which way directions go in because they've got a certain convention to them. I was like, okay. Replace all match. And I'm going to do this effectively because the way that the glob will do is it will do platform native like paths, and the paths are actually going to be backslashes in Windows, so I'm going to make sure they're forward slashes because reasons. And then we can just go texture path equals RO load, texture load, bumped C T printf of the path. And then we can just delete all these matches in the end. Delete match, delete matches. There we go. So now we've got all that hunky dory. I want to also do the unload form of this. We're going to do textures. The unload of this is going to be, let's say you got the key. So let's call this the path, the texture. In the textures, we're going to delete the path. We're going to unload that texture, if I remember correctly, from Raylib. Unload texture, yeah. And then we're going to delete that map as well. Dead simple. So we're going to load up I've organized them to be a bit, you know what? I don't know why I am trying to be a bit too hierarchical for no need. Let's just do that. So now all the characters under one thing. Right, so we've got all that. We now can load, and I'm going to call these the scene textures. Now, this is the problem, is a hash map is stupid for all of this, because we could probably just make a program that generated this to make, like, the enums and then do it that way, but I'm just doing a hash map for the time being, because reasons. Yeah. Don't question too much. Okay. So we've got the beginning drawing, end drawing. That should be okay. Got all these magical things at the start. Okay, so we want scene textures. So we'll load directory of textures. So I want the image, the scene, and then the .png in here, right? And I'm going to unload this just for, I don't need to, because, wait, how do I put this? What am I trying to play for isn't this? Yeah, I could always leak. It's not a problem for this. I'll want a camera as well for this. Camera 2D. Target. I know it's got an offset, but I only care about the target really. Rotation. 0. And then the zoom. That should be 1. That's that. That's lovely and jubbly, isn't it? So let's start rendering stuff, I guess. Trying to think how I'm going to do this. So we want some floor texture, right? So I'm going to say floor. I think there's like there's like a stone. Oh no, stone. Oh, it's not searching for me. Yeah, stone north. I want that one, yeah. Okay. So scene textures, res, image, scene, stone, north, PNG, right? This is going to be really expensive. Clearly, I'm making a hash map look every single loop. It's computer fast enough, not being rude. For this particular case, it's not really a problem. I'm going to print out 1,000 of these, right? Make it a U32, why not? Oh no, yeah, make it a U32. So what I want to do is we want to plop one of these all the time. Actually, no, let's just do one first, right? Let's just keep it simple. Is it draw texture, I think? We have the floor texture. We're going to have a 0, 0, and then the tint is white. What have I done wrong here? Says, I'm just mocking things out as I go along. Mismatch 2 when it should have been 1. That's because I never imported strings, is it? Right, so I've got one rendering. Woohoo! That isn't that good, but it's a little bit high. So, let's do this. So, it's actual XY position. We're just going to put into like a block here. I think these are I32s, so let's go 0, 0. Like that, maybe. And then we can probably offset the Y, because I know it's that full height. If we take the full height, so we take the Y, we take the full height minus the standard height of that tile, which should now be mostly in the top left-hand corner. Slightly off, though, by the looks of it, which is interesting, to say the least. Hello, hello, welcome to the chat. We're getting on making a game, because I can. It's going to be a good game. You decide. Okay, hello, welcome everyone. Right, so we're getting this far, so far, right? We've got this full height, the texture height, but that doesn't give me the... Is that right? Because that... Is that... Yeah, it does look... So I got the information from this, right? And I didn't copy it all across. Because you can show you here, and it's like, look, it's trying to show me that this is 256 pixels wide, 128 pixels high for that thing. They're the north side things. And then literally the whole height of this is 512, right? Sounds good to me. But for some reason, maybe it's just where I'm rendering it with the camera. It's slightly off, but whatever. Right, and because it's an isometric thing, we're going to have to just kind of stagger them. So if I turn this into a for loop now, which is what I was thinking about originally, right? Let's do 16 across and then 16 down, whatever. That's got to be the tile width. Tile height. Yeah. Oh, I didn't. No, that's not right. So I meant Y for that. Okay, so now look at that. It's now got in squares, but it's isometric, so that just looks wrong. So what we need to do is we don't want to go full one. We're doing half of the height, and then we want to go half across again. So we want to do divide half by 2, so now it looks a bit like that. And then we'll figure out as if let's say, the Y coordinate, let's say it's odd, yeah? We can just now offset it by half the width of the tile, and look, we've now got this beautiful thing, right? Yeah. That's kind of working fine. Yeah. What else could we do? Oh yeah, we could probably just add some randomize the flooring. So if we just go for floors, I now import math rand. Now what I can do to make it deterministic as well is we can just do rand create some, you know, let's make it leet. Sure. God, the medium is too old now. Use the brand new random generator thing on the context. If you didn't see, this is a brand new thing in the latest version of Odin, by the way. So you can actually get these pretty cool things. Random, default, random generator. Like that. There you go. So now we've got a random context for the entire thing, which should be great. So we've got the floor. I was going to do floors here. So this is going to be texture 2D. Yeah, and I'm going to do the north, east, south, and the west. Yeah. And then I can do rand choice. Just choose a random thing every single time. Oh, look, now it's a bit randomized with what everything looks like. It's not exactly the same, but it's... Is it exactly the same? It looks very similar, to be honest with you. I mean, there are some more ones, I think, here. Like, there's stone tile, I think. It's like, I remember seeing one. Stone left, so these are like left corner bits. These are just different... Their orientations are the same thing at the end of the day, but that's not really a problem. I think there's a stone tile I remember seeing. Yeah, there. Do that. Oh, look, it's unearthed, so I don't necessarily think that's a good one. But hey ho, let's just do that. What's the uneven one? Ooh, that's a little bit different. So stone tile, or anything else? Oh, missing tiles. Let's put them as well. In there. Missing tiles. Well, look at that. That's amazing now, isn't it? Amazing. So what I'm going to do here is target.x. Actually, no, we can just do it in one line, can't we? Half. No, it's going to be tile width, tile height divided by 2. No, is it? No. Let's make it equal. Wait. Oh, I know what I'm doing. I'm not set up. I made a camera. I haven't even set it up yet, have I? Isn't it begin mode 2D? Pass the camera in, and then end the mode. There we go. And it should be over 2, because we don't need to... There we go. Look at that rendering, guys. I'm really getting it there. Oh, this is a brilliant game already. It looks perfect, right? Nothing wrong with it whatsoever. Nothing at all. Yeah. So, that looks great. Let's put some barrels on there as well. Like, I remember, look, if you've got these barrels in here, not just chests. We could do chests as well, actually. But no, is there any crates? There's chairs. There's some barrels here. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. So let's call this objects. Yeah? So we can go through this big list thing again. And I remember there's barrel E... southwest. And what I'm going to do is render these on top. But not 1,000 of them. I'm going to do like, I don't know. Well, we're going to do 1,000 again. So we're going to keep the same thing. We're going to render them on top though, because that's kind of the point. Actually, no, we could do it here. If ran.int max, let's keep it quite not too dense. We'll say 100. No, it's 10. 1 in 10. And that equals, I don't know, 3. Let's say we chose the number 3. That's a very random number, by the way. Very random. We have objects. Now we've got some random barrels. That's kind of cool looking, I think. But I don't want just the barrel. Let's go for the barrels. Oh, look at that. What else was in here? There was a chair. Oh, look at that. It's got some random chairs now. What was the dirt? Some dirt. This is floor, technically, man. So is that. That goes... There's stairs. That's another broken wall. Cool walls there. Oh, finally, some crates. Every game needs a crate, by the way. Your game doesn't have a crate. What are you even doing, really, man? Look, we've got barrels and crates. And then we have plural, so crates. Look at that. We're now making a real game. We've got crates in our game. Must be real. Okay. So this is it, man, right? We ship it. It looks good. But okay, so first off, I want to move the camera around, probably with the arrow keys, just so I can. Actually, no, it's not bother. Oh, yeah, move the camera around. Here. Right. So we got all this set up. I think with the camera, I need to do. Yeah, let's do WSD maybe. All right. So to keep it feeling right, I'm going to do a vector 2. And is key down, I think is this. And I'm doing my old trick. Camera DP is the delta position. Move W would be up. So yeah, negative. Y's down. Double checking. And then that'll be up. A is to the left. And then D is to the right. Like so. I'm now going to import linalg. Right? And what linalg will do is, and this will sound bizarre, like what am I doing here? Well, it's just to normalize this. Right? So then I'm going to do camera target. I just add this on. Now, there's going to be a problem when I do this. It's going to be stuck to the frame rate. So we need to make sure we've got a DT parameter in here. Now, if I remember Raylib correctly, I don't remember Raylib, the time. Frame time, that's what I want. that. Now that's going to be 1 pixel a second, which is tiny slow. So let's go for 1024, shall we? Now that feels like we've got a camera. Look at that. We get to explore the world as your heart's desire. Looks mostly random to me. I don't know about you, but it looks random to me. So we got that. That's the camera done. Great. Now we need to add a person, right? This is welcome. This is going to see me how I do game jams because it's just clearly me just doing not camera, character, position. That's going to be a vector 2 as well. All right, we come here. We're going to draw him on top of everything. Art, draw, texture, and we need the character texture. And the character position is going to be .x, .y, white. We haven't got the character texture yet because I need to load them all up first. Character textures. Character. All right. And then the character texture. You know what? No, I'm going to keep it down here for a reason. Character texture. It's a map, and what am I looking for? It's some man, isn't it? Yeah, male. So it's going to be res.image.character. I need to make this shorter, okay? Male 0 idle 0 dot, no, that's not spell idle dot png. They go from a float 32 to an int. And he's there. Can you see him? He's right in the wrong place. So, yeah, this is like the wrong place for him. But we're gonna figure out why in a minute, okay? So, first off, we're gonna call that XY I32. I32 of character position.x, character position.y. And remember, we're going to quote the bottom left point as the 0 point. So that means we then need to offset him, no, at the Y position at least, tile full height by the tile height. Yeah? So now, you can't even see him. But that's fine. We're going to put him in a real position. I don't know, at that tile width. But let's say at 1:1 and then tile height. This is it just for the time being, yeah? He's there. Now I want to move him around with the arrow keys. So let's add that feature in, shall we? It's going to be going very well, I think. Sorry, just when you've got friends texting you and all that, as you do. Right. So this would be character DP. Yeah? I'm going to copy and paste all that. Go for up, down, left, right. Should be in the same direction. I'm going to normalize it. And then we're going to do character position. He's not going to go that fast. I think for the character, he needs to go... I think he needs to go like 512, okay? Oh, up, down, left. Oh no, it's going to be capital letters in Rayleigh, aren't they? Look, now we've got him moving. Look at this. This is a brilliant game already. Now, we need him really, what we really need him to be is to look right when we move him. So whichever direction we put it in, he's going to be moving, right? So we're going to put this as character direction, and I'm just going to have this as like an int. That's good enough for me. Now I'm just going to write, yeah, 0. Let's put it is default position 0. So if you notice, I looked at these things earlier. They've all got numbers on them. So 0 is the first number is the direction he's looking in, and the second number is the animation number, right? There's quite a lot. So what we want to do is do the get change this up. So when it says the thumped thing here, we're going to do thumped tprintf, printf. This one is the direction, right? I'm just going to put the character direction in there. Now this doesn't do anything yet. So before I do anything, I need to figure out which direction he's in. So I'm going to take this character DP and do a switch statement on him. So if I'm pointing to the right, purely to the right, he's going to be in number 2 is what I'm looking for, yeah? Oh, no, not number 2. It would be pure right. It's number 1, sorry. So what I need to do is +0. Character direction equals 1. Yeah? So, look, now he's permanently in that direction because I haven't got him back. So if I do that, it would be now 0. Look at that. If I go like that, he's now in 0 for that one. Wonderful. If he's now +1 for that, it should be number 2. Like that. Oh, look at that. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Will the character have any animations? Well, you're going to have to wait. You're going to have to really wait. Like, can you wait 5 minutes? See if we got animations. Character direction. Say that's... Is it 6? Yeah. That's 6. That's going to be... Oh, that's 5. Sorry, that's the wrong way around. And then that one will be 4. Sorry, I'm still trying to figure out the numbers in my head. Then we got to have, if it's just purely going downwards, that should be 3. And then I guess the last one's 7, isn't it? There's no other options. I think I've got that right. And if I got that right the first time, I don't know, I'll just be very happy. Right. I got it right the first time! Oh, look at that. And he's moving around. This is, it's going quite well, actually. Look at that. And also I can move the camera independently of the person. He's going around his things. By the way, he doesn't render correctly for anything, if you didn't guess. That's kind of the hard bit. This is the thing I always hate about isometric games, is figuring out the like ordering of stuff, because it doesn't really always work well, but it's gonna be there somehow. So we need to figure out some animation stuff, right? What I need to do is figure out if he's moving or not is the question. So if he's moving, which should be dead easy to calculate, is if this is effectively not 0, right? But we don't need to just check the length. We can just cheat and go, is moving as false. But if any of these directions are set, sorry, let's do it like that. There you go. Now we've set it and he's now set to be moving. So if he is moving, we need to change the character texture. RL texture to D. If is moving, we do the running animation, else we're not going to do the running animation. And I think, what is it? Run, let's do run 0 for the time being. Look, it looks like he's, oh, look at that, he's running. There's no animations yet though, because we need to figure out whereabouts in the running animation he is, yeah? So effectively, we need to have some character animation accumulator. So, what I'm going to do here is if he's moving, then we keep adding to his thing. Else, we just reset this to complete 0. I'm going to also do that so he's not an off by 1 there, by the way. So there's going to be, it's off at the end of the frame. Yeah, makes sense? So we get the character accumulator. We then want to do the animation index. Animation index is going to be the accumulator. All right, I need to import math. Need a mod. I don't know what the animation speed of this is. Should we say it's 15 frames per second? I don't know. That's a complete guess. And then we've got one... No, that's the wrong way around. So I want to multiply 15 frames per second. And I want to mod it by how many is there? So 10. Yeah? And then I'm just going to do a floor, the integer. Effectively just do an int on it. Right, yeah, int be fine. And... Bloody hell. Okay, that was quick. How long have we been streaming? Seriously, how long have we been streaming? 30 minutes. Guys, this is a tutorial how to make a game in 30 minutes. Sorry, this is going really fast. Who'd have guessed? That's what she said. Wait, no, she didn't. Oh, no. Okay, start with the jokes. Right, so we've got through this. It's going to slow down now because I'm going to have to figure out how to do the isometric rendering. Like, that's going to take me a while to figure this thing out, okay? Yeah. Okay, so one thing that looks wrong to me is he looks like he's moving slower going across than he is going upwards. It looks like he's going fast. So I think the animation speeds are wrong for the movement. So I think if I... Let's just do tile width times 2 for this. That now makes it to the tile speed. But I'm going to say that's just on the X, and that's going to be on the Y. But the Y, if we do the height... What have I done? Oh, no, wait. dx, dy. Like, you know what? Why am I doing this? I've got ray programming in Odin. And I do. It's kind of like, why am I doing this? Is the silly question. So we need the scaling of it. Let's go in here. And then do tile height. I guess by 2 as well. Oh god, that feels wrong. It's by 3, please. Oh, that feels much better. So it feels more like he's actually going the right speed now with the right ratio. Because it's a 2-to-1 ratio, isn't it? So... But that 2-to-1, you wouldn't want exactly 2-to-1, would you? So if that was 2-to-1, you would do that. That looks like he's going too slow. So if I put a 3 in there, that 2-to-3 seems about right. Because I guess the projection of it would do like 2/3-ish, I guess. Yeah, so this looks cool. Right? I wrote width both X and Y. Where? Tweaking them until it feels right. That's pretty much what game dev is, right? You can't just get the correct answer. So that's kind of him moving around now. So I'm pretty happy with that kind of logic, if you know what I mean. The only issue now... No, I did. I was trying out both because I know the height is a lot smaller than the width. And it's, look at that. So if I times it by 2, he's still going too slow in my opinion. So I think times by 3 pushes it up. So if I did 4, it's going too fast now. So I think 3 is like that sweet spot. Like it's 1.5. I think it's technically meant to be. Right, let's say technically. There's no actual answer to any of this. It's like square root 2. No, but square root 2 feels wrong. Let's just do 1.5. Square root 2 just feels wrong. It might be square root 2, but hey ho. We've got pretty far in 30 minutes. And in fact, the first 5 minutes were me waiting for people to come on. Right? So we've got all that running, but the one thing I don't like is I'm having to do these stupid things. So I'd rather just like call them by just the name, right? So what I can do is find the last. So if I go to Odin, I've got Odin up already somewhere. Here we go. Strings Odin. last byte? Or last any is what I want, right? Last any of one of the two characters, okay. So I want the match strings dot last index of either the at or backslash. So we can, in fact, you know what? We want either of them. And that gives us the index, yeah? So then I want to go from the match to the index plus 1. And I'm going to do strings clone to get the actual path. And then I also want to just put the match in there for the full path, yeah? So now nothing renders because I can get rid of all these prefixes to it all. And I forgot to deal with the character, didn't I? So we need to get rid of him. And now, hey presto, we've got things looking a little bit cleaner, right? Just a tad cleaner. So now things are kind of working out okay. Yes, this is the most hackiest thing in the world. I am allocating loads of memory. I am doing it hash map every goddamn frame. Like, look. But also have to remember that people do this all the time because they use JavaScript or Python or Lua, and that's kind of what they do every frame. So, yeah. Isn't that great? There might be a square root to in here. I know there might be. Drinking wine? No, I'm drinking beer. This is my own golden ale. It's not a wine glass. This is technically a beer glass. It's just a very weird looking one, okay? But yeah, Odin maps are very fast. So yeah, that's true. So I'm not really much of an issue. Right. So we've got all this. Oh, it's gone damn slow then. Why is it lagging? Because I've just done a stream. Cocked it up. Either way, okay, this is rendering, right? I've got the tprintfs. I'm freeing every context temporary allocated frame. Yeah, I'm doing everything correctly as I go, yeah. So, this DT, we are updating every single frame. We could probably do an accumulator for the frame as well. So we could have a frame accumulator and have a fixed time step. You know what I mean? Time step. Let's update every... Oh, I don't care for the time being. I don't really care that much, man. I really don't. That's running okay. I don't know if he's running at the right speed for his running animation. It does look off. But, like, I'm not actually sure. Let's try the... Like, he's like he's going too slow there, right? It looks like it's just there's a lot of slip, right? You know what I mean? There's a bit like a slip going on with his animation speed. Maybe I'm imagining it. I don't know. Yeah, so he isn't actually going at the right angle. Look, he's not going at the right speed. So we can figure this out. It's going to be... These are at 30 degrees, aren't they? No, it's not. Oh, God, I've got paper here. All right, let's figure it out manually. Because these are going to be... So we've got... So the width is... let's say that's 2 and the height is 1, right? We've now got a triangle. It's a 1, 2, root 3 triangle, isn't it? No, 1, 2... It's not 1, 2, root 3. It'd be a 1, 2, root 5 triangle. So it's a root 5. So that means that the angle, if he goes across this speed and then he goes up that speed, the total speed he has to be doing is to 1 to 2. which is a 1:2 ratio, right? Look, you see, he's not actually going at the right speed. He's not going at the right angle because I go at a diagonal. He's not following it. So if I then do... Oh, no, that is perfectly correct. Well, that is perfectly correct now. But it just doesn't look good. Okay, so it's just tile and width. Yeah, look. He's following... It just didn't feel right. Like, going up just looks wrong to me. But he is technically doing everything correctly. I don't know, it just feels wrong. Just did. But it is correct. That is now correct. So he's now going twice a tile speed, 2 tiles per second. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever a tile means. Now we get to the complicated bit, which is the rendering of isometric. And I never remember how to do this. Effectively, I think I need to grid with the XY coordinates. And the problem is, XY on the screen isn't XY in the isometric space, right? So, that's a good point. Going up, he is traveling more tiles per second than going at an angle, but his animation speed is the same. Well, his animation speed would be the same. He's still going the same amount of tiles per second, right? It's just that he's at an angle, so it looks there's an optical illusion going on, right? So you don't need to deal with anything in that regard. So that's kind of what I mean there. So I don't need to root 3. It is literally just 1 and 2. It's dead simple. It's really dumb math. Now, the only problem I've got at the moment is everything is now correct. It's just going up feels slow. But it's technically correct. I know it is. It's just weird. It's just weird. This will probably be uploaded to YouTube. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. The next thing I need to figure out is... Oh, what do I need to figure out? It's the isometric stuff, because technically you need... Okay, so for people who don't know, I'm going to open Milton up, but the problem is it's going to be crap what is already on there. Can I do Milton? Yeah, oh, it was mostly blank. Yeah, it's mostly blank already. This is great news. Right, this is probably very blue for people, and it's clearly blue for my screen because you can see it on me. There's different coordinate systems you have to deal with. So when you do an isometric game, technically everything is in 2D. But it's also like, there's technically a third dimension as well, but like that third dimension gets mapped to 2D. It's a projection, obviously. So we have the normal screen space, and the screen space coordinates are quite simple. You have positive X going that, and positive Y going downwards. That's the screen space coordinates. However, whoops, you can see I was doing something math earlier. Sorry, my swearing. Do a new canvas, it'll be easy enough. No, I don't want to save that. Oh no, my eyes! Should we go from blue, or should we try something else? Do you want like a slate blue? Like that? Yeah? And then we can have a... That, I think, looks a little bit sexier, don't you? We use the technical term for sexy. Yeah, should be fine. Oh, collision detection is dead easy. That's not really a problem, but in comparison. So we've got the screen coordinate spaces, right? We've got X, and then we've got Y. This is the screen space, so screen space. The problem is isometric space, you don't really want to deal with that. You kind of want, your isometric world is like this. And we know we've got north somewhere. So the question is, where is 0, 0, and where's 0, 1? And how do we do it? You still kind of want the X and Y to be this way and that way, right? So kind of. It depends on how things set up. So this would be X, that'd be Y. And then you've got... So this will be 0, 0. That's going to be 1, 0. And that's going to be 0, 1. You see what I mean? This is kind of like 0, 2. to 0. This is the rendering order. So then the order you want to do is you want to render all of the x's first, and then you want to do this row, then that row. So you do it in rows in this space, right? But there's the problem. It's calculating, going from, we're going to call this isometric space. So we need to go from isometric space to screen space coordinates, right? So this 0, 0 here, 1, 0, 2, 0, whatever that is into screen space coordinates is going to be a little bit annoying. If that makes any sense. But we'll need a general mapping for that. So it should be fine. The other problem we're going to have is that rendering the map and then rendering the character as well in the ordering the scene is going to be a pain. Because... But there's probably an easier way of doing this, right? And the easier way is also a cheat. I might be able to do it, but I don't know how to do it with Raylib. It means I might have to write my own shader. Yeah. Just do a depth buffer trick. So, like, these all get added to a depth buffer. Depth buffer. But that's fine. Yeah, a depth buffer. So this is 3D work for aerospace. But you can try and do it, because if you do the rendering... Oh god, I need to disable touch on this. How do I disable touch? No. I just want to disable touch. Like, I don't want it to exist. Oh, for flipping... I've just changed the monitor for some bizarre reason, and I didn't mean to. What the flipping heck is going wrong here? I'm going to change this because it's going to go... Oh, I hate doing this. Right, it's on the wrong monitor now. So mapping goes to that. Then goes to monitor 2. That's not on monitor 2. Now it's on monitor 2. Right? Okay, so now we're on monitor 2 again. Great. So that's what we need to map to. And it shouldn't be too hard because we know the tile size, right? The tile size is 128 big, but it's also offsetted by a certain amount. And we know this width is 256 pixels, right? These are all in pixels. Right? So yeah, it's going to be a variant of the painter's algorithm, which is why it's going to be really hard, which is why I want to cheat with the depth buffer. Because then we can just render in any order we want. At least for the mobs, right? Because if you have, let's say there's a box, like a crate here. Of course, every game has to have a crate, otherwise it's not a good game. When the character's in front of this, he's fine, but if he's behind it, you don't want him rendering it all. And yes, we could do the sorting, but it's very much like, well, why don't we just waste some bandwidth on the GPU and just use a depth buffer? And we get all the depth testing for free, which is on the GPU. So it'd be just be better off, I think. I'm just trying to think how I meant to do. Like, here's the crate. The depth buffer, because whichever position you're at for that thing tells you the... It's going to tell you the order of rendering because of the depth texture, yeah? So the question is, what would be the Z coordinate then in this world space? You know what I mean? So the Z, there's two different Zs here. There's the world Z, there's the iSpace Z, which would be this, right? And then the Z, there's a... Well, it depends on if you do X, Y. Technically, NDC would be Z coming out of this, but no, it's going to be, if you do it, would it keep it right-handed coordinate system? Z's going out that way, right? So the isometric space is going to be this, or we call it tile space, in fact, if you want to be even more correct. So that's where I'm going to be a little bit more of the complications is coming together. So we need to figure out the ordering of rendering. Now, clearly it's a solved problem, so we could just search on the internet. However, Where's the fun in that? Seriously, where is the fun in that? I don't know. I don't get people, do you? But yeah, it's... And the more I'm thinking about it, I think a depth buffer is actually the correct answer here. Right? Because it's going to be the lowest pressure on the GPU because you just upload it all at once in any order, the batch, and you don't have to do the sorting, so there's no CPU pressure. And it's just as cheap as anything at that point. So it's then a question of... Makes you think, should I ever use Raylib in the first place? I told you this is where it's going to slow down. The easy things are like that stupid speed and then go down. But that's because I'm trying to think this through properly. Because it's one of those I've not bothered with doing this for a long while, and I bet someone has already calculated this as well. I'm just looking at the Twitch chat right now. What are you saying? We could have done SDL. There's no point remake, but Raylib has all these things. I've just loaded the textures in dead quickly as well, so there's no need to worry. One option we can do is we can go from the XY Cartesian to the isometric coordinates, and we can go backwards as well. So if we have, this is X, Y, and Z, right? So it's U and V, right? To get to X and Y, I don't remember how you do it, but it might be as simple as doing, X is going to be U plus 2 times V, and then Y is going to be 2 times V minus U, right? Okay. So then we don't need, we'll get rid of the 2, I think. Okay, so now it's a really weird rendering scheme, but actually look at that, it's kind of isometric now. Kind of. But all the offsets are wrong. Yeah? They're all wrong now. Which makes me wonder, maybe I should just do this bit here. That's going to be your U, V. We may not even need to do the offset because it might have fixed itself up, if you know what I mean. But we don't know yet. So U, V. Oh God, where have they gone? That's going to render all on top of each other. That's just stupid, yeah. Yeah, the VOD should be available, I think. I hope. Should be. So now the X coordinate is going to have to be the tile width again. So now they're all next to each other in the X, but maybe that was meant to be the U, and then the V is going to be the tile height. Well, it's all wrong. Like, I've done the rendering correctly before, but now I'm like trying to do it in the right coordinate system, if you're not, well, quote unquote, right coordinate system. But that just doesn't look right to me. Is that because there's meant to be like a 2 in here somewhere? Or something else? Like a 2 on the U? I don't remember how to do isometric coordinate systems, unless you guys know. But this is the thing, is if you look at this, like, this looks wrong. Like, very wrong. So, I think we go from those tile positions, and then, yeah, we do like tile width times by the height. But then the X position as well, we know the Y position Needs to be... it's going to be that magic like trick we've got there already. Now we can't see anything. Okay, so they actually look like they're well spaced now. So they probably just need to be halved. Right? No. The Y is now correct, but the X isn't. And the X looks like it needs to be... No. It's not halved. Half is too much. That doesn't make any sense. I was doing 1.5, so that's going to be 2 divided by 3. Oh, it's root 3, isn't it? It's root 3. Of course it is. Let's call this... is that already defined as a constant in math? Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay. Right, they then can be integers. It wasn't root 3 then. What the is it then? What? Maybe I'm doing this wrong, okay? Aspect ratio of length divided by width. Maybe. I'm just guessing at this point. But like, okay, so if I don't do the thing here, right? So they are going, this is the 0, 0, 1, right? I think that's 0, 0. So they're getting... It's like the Y position's perfect, but it's like, look, you can see how much they're going. So you only need to go half the width. But if you do the half the... Oh, no, the half width is correct. Half the width is correct. It's just the rendering's wrong. No, I'm not the other way we could do that is just do half there. Because I think it needs to be that kind of half. Yeah, so that's going to be... Let's do V plus U. Just make it clear. Not clear, just... I like the symmetry, okay? We've got a plus and a minus in places, yeah. So now we need to do the depth rendering. Yeah, I'm not very smart in this case, but I will say, if I over 16 equals 1, I'm going to break out of this loop, and I just want to see which way it's rendering. So that is being the axis we're dealing with. So that is just the first row, and it's going like in that order, which is kind of fine, I guess. But I think it'd probably be better if we go the opposite way around, right? So if we did 15, so U was the opposite way around, right? Yeah, so now it's rendering this way, then that way, then that way. So it's doing it that order. So it's not really an issue which way we're getting. But now we can see we've got a lovely kind of backwards ordering in reverse about how everything gets ordered. But you can see it's now got a perfectly isometric thing with a perfect sharp edge on it. And it looks actually pretty damn good now, right? The problem is the rendering of everything is still like backwards because clearly, how do I deal with this person? Yeah. These also tile positions are in the wrong place as well. So if I offset them... Oh no, it's the wrong way around. That's why it's not going to work. There, so there's the 0, 0 point, and it's just, we need to be like a little bit further up. And if we could always have the camera just follow him. There's no reason why we can't, to be honest with you. We'll need some offsets on this, obviously. Yeah, but it needs to be the camera. We need the screen space of the thing now. God, we need the actual screen space. Camera screen width and size, I guess. Divided by 2. No. Offset. Okay, that's fine. So if I now need to, I think it's the camera offset. Just needs to be, yeah, that's what I need to do. So now he's actually in the center, but he's slightly off as well. So I need to just do tile width, tile height divided by 2. So get rid of those divided by 2s and do them like 0.5. Now he's in the center of the screen. Yeah? And we've got rid of the camera controls. We don't need them anymore. Yeah, so this is kind of looking good in my opinion. It's starting to walk around. We could probably put the camera, the player in a slightly, how do I put it? A slightly more normal position. So we say he's at 1-1, right? So these are going to be in world position. I then said he's going to be moving at 2 per second. The camera position is there, and it's going to be, let's call this tile size. Like that. So when we multiply everything, we've got a tile size. And the character position here. Look at that. We're now dealing in terms of the tile size now, rather than fixing it to something arbitrary. So now when we do our calculations, everything's going to be in terms of tiles. All right? But the problem is this is rendering as we'd kind of correct, also kind of not. Now, how the hell are we going to do an isometric renderer? Like, I'm going to have to write a shader out, okay? So what I'm going to do is in here, create a new folder, shader. And this is going to be isometric. Oh no, tiles. Tiles? We've got to have a vertex buffer. I think in... Is it... I don't remember how to write flipping shaders. And it's open... It's GLSL, isn't it? It's GLSL, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. Did I call... Oh, no, it should have been called shaders. Yes, to reflect the emotions of me right now. Well, we could. Again, we could. But I don't see why we should be doing this on the... I don't want to do a CPU depth testing, even though technically something like, I don't know, what is it called? The Roller Coaster Tycoon was always done on the CPU, obviously. So clearly it's fast enough. So it's just more of a question of which way of doing things. It is a real good question. So I think what we can probably do here is also render, instead of rendering directly to the main frame buffer, we can do the screen's frame buffer. We can probably render to the render texture itself, shouldn't we? We'd have to make our own render texture, render to that, and then do it that way. Because that would work, but then yeah, I know I can do the version thing, but I wasn't doing that yet. So I think it's 330 they want in here, don't they? Because technically that's what... Is it hash version? GLSL versions? I gotta find out. Let's go Raylib shaders. How do we do the shaders in Raylib? Yes, fine. So it sets into GLSL. There we go. I'm looking at what they've got. So they've got certain. I'm just copying and pasting one because what they've got is a very specific kind of like layout already for GLSL. That's what I'm looking for. That was what. There we go. If then we do that, we've got tiles dot that. Yeah. We should have these. I can add custom variables here. Who'd have guessed? We don't need that yet. Right, this should be coming in now, right? And if I'm just going to copy and paste what they've got because it depends on what you've got, right? First off, I'm going to do tabs because I'm a tabs person. Yes, I'm that kind of bloke. Fuck's sake. Indent using tabs. There we go. I'll keep pressing the wrong buttons. And then indent using tabs. Go to 8 wide. There we go. That's our texture. We've got all this. So this is our custom shader. I know, amazing, right? So what we need to load in, we need to load in a shader. So if we go to shader, load shader, I guess, yeah. And then what we want is res.shader./tile.vs, tiles, yeah. Now we've got fragment shader in there as well. RS unload shader, I guess. Now, I think when we do this, we have to begin a shader thing, I think. Begin shader mode, that's what I want. So we've got the camera, so our shader mode, shader. End shader mode. So this is to prove it's my shader, right? The final color, I'm going to just multiply this as being very orange. Yeah, look, my shader is actually working. So the idea here is we need to probably enable depth testing somehow. Does anybody know? Why am I using 330? Because I think we could probably just do whatever. We don't have to use 330. We can use 450. Fucking hell. We're in the future. Right, so we've got our own little shader, but what we need to do is we need to go from... We need to have some uniforms in here as well, right? So this will be a vec2, and this is going to be a tile size, right? And it's not in there. We want it in the VS is what we particularly want. So we need to set up our own uniform for... I need a layout location. I want my own. So MVP, shader location index. MVP is here. So how many is there? That is 26 lines. So they've got up to 26. So we want to go from 26 onwards, don't we? So I don't want to interfere with any of them, even though I don't want any of them. But their vertex. Oh no, is that uniform shader index? Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, right? These they do in vertex. You got the matrices, the vector, the map. Right, none of that's useful to me. I just want to go from 16 onwards. And that is 26 lines, right? Yeah, to 26 lines. It's on 26 onwards. So we got the tile size. And then what I need to do is uniform. Is set some uniform data. So we have the shader. The location index is 26. And then we need to have is the tile size. And I think it's a vec2 as well. So this will be... I'm just doing this just to get around the allocations of constants. So we've got this. So now what we're going to figure out is the depth buffer. So we have GL, it's the position, right? So we need to go from, we've got the X, this is the MVP for the vertex position, but the vertex position is, it's in flat world space. So we need to set a Z coordinate, don't we? Yeah. So our actual Z coordinate is going to be, we need to go from that the X position was, so the actual position, like the vertex position, right? Which is in 3D. Let's call that pos.xy. Yeah. But we could probably just give it a Z coordinate as well. We call this the Z component. And then the Z component could be some like combination of these two parameters, right? And I don't think there's any depth rendering happening yet, is there? Oh god, we need to ban this bloke. Yep, he's banned. But that's all right then. So we got all this, and what I'm trying to figure out is we get the tile size. We need to effectively divide that by the tile size to get our new Z position. No, that's not that one. And now it doesn't render. It does now. So if I did this Z coordinate, whoa, what the heck? What the? Wait. So it's the Z coordinate. It's just random now. I know this is not going to work. But like, what is the Z coordinate? Right? Right, so we're doing Raylive, but using a custom shader to get... See if I can add a depth shade. The problem is I need to get a depth buffer in here. I don't think it's even going to work yet, but... So we need to figure out our coordinate system, right? A coordinate system is going from that point there. So it's X is going that way. Even though that's technically wrong, we don't want that as our coordinate system, do we? Or do we? Because we've got a Cartesian system, right? This is the problem. Is that the Cartesian system works here, but I wanted this way around, right? But that's probably a bad way in the first place, because... Why is my graphics tablet not working now? Because I need to... It's not working. What the hell? Wacom. What a wonderful piece of hardware they make. There we go. Back up to Milton. Right. But the problem is, this isn't actually the XY coordinate system we want. That's a left-handed one, right? We want a right-handed one. So effectively, we want this to be X and that to be Y. Yeah, and that to be Z. So we want to go from this is our coordinate system at the moment. So the way I'm doing it at the moment is I've got it backwards. I've just got them mixed up, right? So the U and the V, that's the X and the Y. So yeah, this is the thing, yeah, I know what I've done wrong. So the U and the V are the wrong way around. So that's the U, and that's the V. I don't know why I swap the names around if I just swap the values around. Right? Now they're all rendering wrong. Because they should be U and V. Yeah? If I do that again, you should look identical, yeah? So now we've got that's what it is. So we're going, Y is up, going to the top, going to the north, and then east in this coordinate system is going in the positive X direction. So we've got a lovely thing, right? And that should be, quote unquote, the correct coordinate system. So what we're going to do here is that U is the east, V equals north. Yeah. So that's kind of the coordinate system that I'm dealing with. Great. So now we need to be, if we're in the positive Y direction, it's not just the Y direction. We need to go add those two components together. So it's not the Y is... the further north we're drawing, the more negative the Y, the more negative, the further back into Z. Oh, that's all it is, right? Isn't it? The vertex positions in screen space. Yeah. And now we don't see a damn thing with our position.z, do we? What am I doing wrong? Oh, why? Oh, why? What am I doing wrong? Seems that change the Z component cocks everything up. Yeah. I have fundamentally a 2D seam that you want to extract a Z value from. Yes. So is the problem I've got... So what you're trying to tell me is that this... If I set the Z position for everything to be 0, that's fine. If I set it to be 1, it's now being called. So if I do position.y, that should be the Z coordinate. And look, I can see myself in there, but it's now all just being called. And I need to get the depth testing off. So I need to... I don't know how you do this. We probably need to render to a render texture. Like, does anyone know Raylib? This is the real question. Yes, there should be as a VOD, don't worry. Was a football Sony final? Oh, I never knew about this. Sorry, I don't know much about football. Right. No, I might just have to have my own render target, I think, at this point. So render target. Render texture, I mean, whatever. It's going to be the same width as the actual like monitor. I'm not going to change it every single bloody frame at the moment, but I'm going to just do that, right? Right, we've got a render texture. Wonderful. Begin in texture mode. So technically now all of this is going to have to be rendered. So when we begin drawing, that's our render target. Yeah. We're going to then... I fucking hate doing this. Because it's not actually great to know with how you do stuff. It should now, you not be able to see anything. That's fine. And then render texture. We've got a depth texture and a normal texture in there. So we need to just enter the 2D mode again. Like that. And then do draw texture. And effectively what I want to do is the full thing. Render target texture. And it doesn't clear. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know Raylib very well. Now I'm actually hitting the things where I just don't know Raylib. So this is where the fun happens, if you didn't guess. The Raylib is it's a scanline render. Like that, that's just perfect. Look, there's nothing wrong with that. Look at that. It's what you wanted, right? Yeah. It might not need a render texture. This is the thing, is I don't know enough about Raylib to know what's going on here. So I just kind of want... I may have to look at Raylib source code just to figure out how the things actually work. Or we could look at Raylib examples on the website, right? Here's a bunch of their examples. Look at shaders. Great, let's try that. Using default shader, custom default. And then whatever that bloody image is. Sure. I figured out the custom shader stuff, yeah. Sure. So this is using a render target, right? So oh, I was doing it all wrong. Which is not surprising, to be honest with you. Me not knowing this software at all. Calling it a render target rather than render texture because I'm used to calling it. Right. So this isn't begin. We don't have begin drawing here. We have. Wait, what did I just got rid of the example. So we need to do begin texture mode rather than begin drawing. Right? So this gets rid of. And we go down to here. Yeah? GL draw texture. Render target texture 0, 0 are white. Right? That's our thing here. But then the rest, we need to do a begin texture mode. That's the render target. End texture mode. And Raylib loves to have indentation a lot, so we'll do that same thing. Make it, oh God, you won't be able to see that if I make it that small. What am I doing? Let's make tab size 4 then. Screw it, you're all win. I don't need a semicolon, no. Okay, so now everything is flipped. So I need to, like, flip it again. Draw texture. So can we do, like, rect here? So we've got a source. And then we have the position. And then... Oh, I can't even see it because I'm on a big monitor, but you guys won't be able to see it otherwise. So we then need a rect in here. So this is a... So 0, 0. It's going to be whatever the render texture. So texture... width and height. Like that. They need to be F32s, I'm guessing. Yeah. And that one I'm going to do a negative on it, I guess. Yeah, now that works. So doing a negative one just corrects it for me. So now we're rendering to an actual texture. We've got different modes in here. So we've got begin 2D mode is what we have, which isn't necessarily a good idea. Right? Right, this is getting rid of the 2D mode. But what does begin 2D mode do? This is when you go, is it Ray San, isn't it? Let's... What did Ray put it under? Yeah? I've got the source code. Yep, we've got Raylib 5. That's not a problem. Source code here. Begin... Oh God, what was it called again? Begin mode 2D. So that's what this does. So begin mode 2D. So draw render batch active, load the identity matrix, and then do that with the current camera. So that does a multiply of the 2D camera coordinates. And that's what the end one does. Well, we don't have access to core, so that's annoying. We can't just implement this ourselves. But we could. Yay? So what we could do here is we don't need to worry too much. We've got the camera, right? Is that actually a real thing? Yeah, it is. That is. Matrix to float. Get camera matrix 2D. I'm just literally doing the longhand because then I understand what's going on. Yeah? And then in the end mode, we just effectively do the same again. Literally just do this twice by the looks of it. What do you mean it's not? Oh, I need to open its RLGL. Oh, okay. So that's the Raylib one. That didn't work. But that's what that does, right? I've done it, may have done it wrong. That's what... Yeah, okay, so that's fine now, right? I accidentally unplugged my microphone. How long was I silent for? Is the real question. Not too long, I hope. Yeah. What's it saying here? Search for Z tilting sprites in 3D space instead of drawing them flat. This technique allows for them to use the GPU's occlusion culling. Yeah. Testing for things. Okay, so Z tilt. Okay. Well, I didn't know it was called Z tilting. Thank you very much. Now, you sure it's Z tilting? I want. No, that Z tilting looks like the old. Oh, the Z tilting thing trick would work. You're right. But that looks like an old, yeah, the old 3DS. But, ooh. So if I'm going to do Z tilting, I'm going to have to render my own quad stuff. So I'm going to have to render this in 3D. It's not going to be a 2D game anymore. It's a 3D game, but pretending to be 2D. Oh yeah, Casey rendered this with Handmade Hero. Of course he did. Of course he did. So this is the trick I have to do then, yeah? Oh, okay, I kind of gathered the principle. So for people who don't understand yet, or they weren't really paying attention to what I've just seen, the 2D trick here is you still render it as 2D. So, but the trick is if you look on the flat plane, like this is the flat plane, you actually render all your sprites like this. Yeah? But there's a problem with that approach. Floor. How do I deal with the floor? Because they're tiles still, right? Like, and the ordering matters at which position you're wanting them in. So, no, mode 7 is a different thing entirely. Or ray tracing thing. Ray casting thing. Are you going to alter the Z? But the thing is, I could alter the Z in the... You don't need to alter it in the shader at all. You just, when you upload it, that's when you're going to do it. So this is where... Fun. Figuring things out. By the way, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get myself another drink. I'm just thirsty, so I'll be right back. I'm back. If you heard that. So, hello, Martin. It's a long time no see. No, so I'll explain what the problem is. So the problem is I want to do it in 2D, right? Looks fine. This is the 2D thing. The problem is, look at these. I'm on top of the barrels. I want to be behind them. right? So what I need to do is have some rendering test, like depth buffer test, right? And that depth buffer test, yeah, we're still on Zing pane. Yeah, of course, that's the thing I'm going to be staying on for quite a while. And it'll be that way for a while as well. But I was just looking at this thing here. But this is the... Oh, now the camera's technically in the wrong place. Right? It also looks wrong. So, like, the size of that buffer doesn't look correct anymore. You know what I mean? It just looks like it's wrong now. And I think I've lost all of the anti-aliasing tricks I had before. Yeah, this doesn't... It looks wrong. Oh, hello! Hello, Pheromond. Fine, I get to speak in person, kind of, ish, through a text, medium, whatever. Yeah. So, yeah, so you can say, do the tile... So what are you saying, Martin? So do the tile map as one thing, but the standing decals is another. Well, the thing is... My idea is you still need a Z component because you can have multi-levels to this. If you look at the... you know what, I want game texture viewer on all this, so... Which is a product that we have for free at Django FX, by the way, if you want to know. We could open this with... use another app. The game texture viewer. For the time being. We've got all of these different textures we get through. We can see we've got some like stair-like ones. We have multi-levels to things, right? So this will clearly, your character goes up this. So you know it's now a level kind of thing. And now you're on a different level, right? You've got stairs to go up. Now there is the old trick, like in older games if you ever played them, where you don't actually have different levels. You just have one level. And then when you go up to, like if you played Fallout or something, you click on, they go up, and now you're on a new world map. So you don't actually have to handle with different terrains. That's a really easy trick. But that's just one way of doing things anyway. So you're right, we could probably get around it, and then the stuff on top, like all these decals is the right word? No, they're not. Like the scenery stuff. It's more like we could have them, we have the floor, and then we have the scenery stuff, which are rendered differently. And the scenery stuff itself can have that, what's it called? The depth buffer trick applied to it. Yeah? So the first stuff doesn't have, it's like in the, does that make sense? The objects as we call them. Yeah, we did call them objects, right? They're the ones that we can now... There's so much in this. Like, I'm just sorry, I'm looking through... By the way, if you've never seen Game Texture Viewer, I recommend using it. It's part of our products at Django FX. Clearly, I've got to plug our own stuff. But yeah, it's recommended, and clearly I'm using it for this. It's GPU accelerated for visualization, all this wonderful stuff. And guess what? It's free. Free! Try it out. It's a really good, nice little image viewer. You can see all the textures and stuff for your games. And it's specific. It is like really good for games. All right? We can see there's some stuff like this here. Like these different support blocks and different things. I've got asset packs. So there's some nice things to do. So I think what I'm going to have to do is, I think people are right. I'm going to have to do that trick where we're going to do a Z thing. So we're going to have the objects rendered on top of the background. So we can't just do them in one loop, obviously. So we have this here. Right? So now we've got the XY positions done. We've got this here. So if there's not that, if it doesn't equal 3, continue. Now we have the objects. But this texture isn't... I've still got it open, haven't I? Yeah. The text... this also looks wrong. So can I just... Yeah, so that looks so much better. Like something's gone wrong with the... So why is that wrong? Is it the high DPI? Is it high DPI stuff? It's high DPI, of course it is. Because the screen width isn't the real width. That's why it was looking so bad. I thought I was going wrong with my math, like my code. No, it was just high DPI. The pixels rendering is not the actual pixels. I'll handle DPI stuff elsewhere. So that's kind of going on as we expect. No, there isn't a Linux, but unfortunately it's a Windows application. However, you can probably get it working in Linux quite easily with like Proton. I'm not even joking. So, yeah. I thought I would need it, but clearly I didn't know anything about Raylib. So you're right, these objects, including the character, now need to be that tilt shift trick. So, when we do draw texture, what does it actually do is my question. Is what I want to know. So, we need to look at the Raylib source code. All right, we're going to type in draw texture. Oh no, can't find it. Oh, for God's sake. Really? You know what? There's a tool I use, which is a source graph, which just makes things searchable. Right, so it has the EX things in there. That's kind of what I expected anyway. And then it does the pro. Aha, everything calls pro. And it does all this trick. So it says, okay, so we're going to have to do our own... We're going to have to do this, aren't we? Yeah, we're going to have to write this from scratch. So I'm going to keep this at the side, so I'm going to implement it. Right? Ba-da-da-ba-da. And then we're going to have to do... So we've got this here. So we've got the draw object. So we're going to have to do the draw object. So texture. And that's going to be RL texture 2D. We're going to have the source, but we're not going to do that. We're going to have the same interface because it is just a texture at the end of the day, right? So we have X, Y, the F32s. They've been in I32s, aren't they? So they always keep them F32s, right? And then we've got the tint, which is always going to be white in this particular case. So let's just be really correct, right? So we have the same interface. And I want them to be F32s now rather than ICE32s because that is just kind of stupid. Yes, it'd be pixel correct, but at the same time, okay. So if we have a texture, we can do something. If we don't, so if texture ID equals 0, return. We don't need to worry about the texture anymore. We need to know the width and the height of that texture. And we may not need to do anything else like that. I'm just looking through the source code, quickly doing what I need to do, but probably don't need to worry. So now we need to do RGL set texture ID. Oh, this is like immediate mode bloody drawing. I haven't done this in a really long time. Yeah, is that? Yeah, so that's kind of the code I need to write. The color, I know it's going to be that. So tint.r GB tint.a. We have a normal. It's going to be pointing in Z. Yeah. So that's going to be that one, right? It says textures, I mean texture. Right. Interestingly, I got rid of the character drawing as well. Okay, so now everything is gone, but that's actually as kind of as expecting anyway. So now we've got to do this quads rendering. So we have a vertex 2f. Right, but we know we need text coordinates. So text coord 2f. Source is going to be 0. 0, 0, I guess. And then we have RF vertex 3f is what I want, right? So this is going to be the top left coordinate and then the top left coordinate. Yeah, we may have to flip all this, but let's figure this out, right? So let's just do the X and Y. Oh God, I haven't done this style of programming in a while. This is kind of like interesting to see, at least, if you know what I mean. So we need to do the width and height. So we're not going to change them to W's. W and H. And I don't see anything being rendered. So I've probably not done it correctly. Yeah. This is right, so this is one of those where I'm like, I'm trying to maybe do the 2F, right? And see if it actually works when you do 2F. No, it doesn't. So this is where I'm kind of interested in how it works. Because, right, just to clarify everything, right? We're going to just do the old full one. Draw, texture. That's the full code, right? So clearly it works if you do that. Oh yeah, that might be one issue. No, but that would still render a triangle, right? I would still see something. That's not the bug, right? That wasn't the bug. Sorry if someone saw in the chat, but that wasn't actually the bug. That's fine. So if I do we know it works correctly. So I'm just looking through the source code of it as I expect. Top right, bottom left, bottom right. Okay. We've got no rotation. So X is whatever the destination point is, but what is the... The destination is going to be the position times the texture width and texture height. We have a destination, so we already have those coordinates, right? Okay, that's good to know. And the source is just the whole thing. So we know what the source is. So the source rectangle is 0, 0, width and height. The destination is another rectangle. That's X and Y. And then it's the width and height. So that is dead simple to understand. The origin is 0, 0, not a problem. So the top left. So then we do. So the top left. Destination. So we're going just manually. So destination minus. It's just the destination, isn't it? But no, it's going to be the destination.x minus the destination.y. No, origin, which is 0. The origin is not changed, and that's going to be destination y. Perfect. That's going to be destination plus the destination's width. I'm just literally just copying everything out manually because it's actually kind of like, I want to do it the way it wants me to do. And then we need to do both together for that one. Okay, so we got them sorted. Then when we come to do the trick, we don't need to flip the X or flip the Y. So it should be, we set the thing, we set all that, we've got GL quads. This is the color bin set. This is the normal. Then we have texture coordinate 2F 0, 0. So source X, yeah, 0, 0, divided by the width. And then we have, this is going to be top left dot X, top left dot Y. Top bottom left dot X, bottom left dot Y. Yeah. That's going to be bottom right dot X, bottom right dot Y. And top right dot X, top right dot Y. So that'd be width. That's going to be height. Still don't seeing it. So what have I actually done wrong? What have I missed? Because I'm looking at this source code, the source code actually like it correctly. And I'm just going to get rid of the defers because I doubt the defers are actually the problem here. Right? This just doesn't make any sense to me, right? Because that looks like it should be correct. Should. Just to make sure this is getting printed right. So if I do RL draw texture again. Yeah. Like that is rendering. So this is the draw texture. And this is the implementation of it. And I've just kind of copied it, but it's not working as I expect. So something's weird. Unless someone else, because anybody in the chat have an idea about what is going on? Anyone? Anyone at all? Yeah, and I've got zero ray lib experience as well. So it's not really helping me. So it should be a 2F coordinate, right? Something's going wrong here. Like, sorry, I'm looking at the source code. Someone else can, I'll zoom in for people. So this is where things don't make any sense to me. Right? I'm going to be right back. I need to go spend a penny. probably too much information. So hopefully you can figure it out what I've done wrong here and figure out in that time why the code on the left doesn't look like the code on the right. Yeah. Good luck. Oh, back. Has anyone figured it out yet? Hello, I'm back. So tech score stuff, yeah, that's not, it's because it's Rayliv's implementation of it. They've got a different one. So that should work fine. Oh, was that the bug? Thank you. Thank you very much. Because the bug was just how the text coordinates the wrong way around. Thank you so much. There we go. So now we can try and make these the 0 position. So now we can do the Z shift trick, right? So we have got the top left and the bottom left. So the top left and the top right. Oh god, they don't work when they go to 1. So that might be the trick then. Because it's doing the wrong sorting. No, because 0.5, if you go to negative, it works. Right? Like, I don't know how you enable a depth buffer. Oh, I need to do the depth test. Here we go. Sorry, look. It just appears completely behind that texture there. Look. There's no... I need to enable color blend. Look at that. Cloaking device, so advanced, I know. So when you're in front of it, it's completely imaginary. You can see what the problem is, because the problem is I've got... I'll prove it, right? I've now got this thing I've figured out, and we could probably do some like lines. Quads. We have lines as well. So I'm going to do the same thing again. Right? But this time round... stop. And that. So then we're going to do... Well, let's just do something bright orange, right? So 255, 128, 0, 255. The normal doesn't really matter because it's now lines. Yeah. And now we've got these lines going around. And back to itself. Right, you can see actually how big... oh no, it's a line strip is what I want. A line... Oh, fine. So I need to do that line to that line. Yeah. Then I need to go from that place to that place. Then that place to that place. And then that place to that one. And then I can do these as vector 2s. And it's saying it's in white. It's now rendering it as. So maybe I need to do 1, 0.5, 0, 1. It's weird how it's doing the depth testing as well. If I disable the depth test, right, you can see where the actual, like, those triangles are. Look how big they are. And the problem is you've also got the position they're actually in is not... Like that, you're in front of it, right? But that, you would be behind it. So it's kind of like... that you'd have a bounding box there, right? But you'd be behind it here for definite, right? So it's the... There is a Z coordinate thing going on. Yeah, so now that makes it negative. We can look at our own shader. right? And just flip it again. No, that doesn't make a difference. Negate it. Now everything is wrong. The shader is not the thing I need to worry about yet. But why is that negative? I'm not going to draw out these. I'm going to draw them out manually again. So we've got, because I don't want to just do this calculation again, right? Because it was just overly complicated for no reason. Yeah, there's no need to do it full hand again. Do that. Okay, so 0, 0. Yeah, it's fine. 0, 1. Plus width, plus height, plus width. And I don't think that's correct. Well, it is correct. So that one is correct. But look, you can see where there's no blend tip. So there's no alpha. I need a different blend mode kind of thing, right? So we need to set a blend mode for our stuff. I don't know how you do any of this. I always used bright orange, but for some reason it wasn't coming out. It was coming out as white. But I don't know. I'm looking at how you do Rayleigh blend mode stuff. What's the blend mode? Mm-hmm. Blend. Blend mode. Oh, it's just .alpha I need. Okay. See what's happening here? Like, it's not. I haven't got pre-multiplied alpha yet. I don't really give a shit about any of this. Multiplied? Oh no, alpha's the default, so it should be working. Huh? So if I do the depth test rather than depth mask, you can see what's happening, right? It's nearly like he's getting cut off if you can see that small screen, even though it's not small on my monitor, by the way. This is a 1080p. It's pretty, I'm on a 4K monitor, so it's huge. They do particle blending on the website, okay? Let me just get Rayleigh examples up. Here we go. And then you say particle. This one. So, is this a custom shader by any chance? No, it says blending and it's alpha. So I was doing that previously, right? Blend mode. In fact, the entire blend mode can be done on the entire shader thing because they're all going to have the same blend mode at the end of the day. Yeah. But now it looks like it's... But then as soon as I do the depth test, see, it disappears again. And that's mainly because... Oh, the depth... Oh, yes, of course. Oh, of course it will be. Yeah, we need to completely discard it. Oh, that is nearly working, by the way. Look at that. That nearly works. Yeah, I'll upload this to YouTube. Don't worry. For everyone, yeah. We're getting there. So it was just because I wasn't discarding it correctly, but at the same time, it's now not... sometimes it's in front. Sometimes it's behind. And that's not actually kind of good. Great. No, so what I'm kind of... So you can see what I'm trying to do, right? So the problem I'm trying to figure out is just trying to get this depth sorting. And it should be, like, trivial. So first off, I want to be... First off, let's get that character in a better place. Literally, let's go to about, I don't know, 16 tiles in. Oh, that's... Oh, the rendering's all cocking up now down here. Yes, because I'm doing this. In reality, you should be doing that. Ooh, look at that. What madness. Okay, that doesn't render right. I don't know what I've done wrong. 16 by 16 is not going to work, so I need to go to like 8. I need to figure out the rendering better. I'm just doing some random shit. That's all I'm doing, really. 4. Let's go 2 tiles in. Because that's not even 2 in, is it? It's... That's character position, world space. That's not even in tile space, is it? So... So we've now got that. Sorry, I know what I've done wrong is that I haven't actually corrected anything, if you know what I mean. Oh, okay. Now everything's wrong the way I'm moving around. Completely wrong, right? Rounding error. No. This is just me. I'm changing the coordinate systems on the fly. So if I go up, I move up, that's going to move the character in a very weird direction, is the best way of putting it. Shit. This is the problem when you change coordinate spaces halfway through. So if we go up, it's moving it both in the negative x and positive y direction, okay? So negative x, positive y. And as we go down, it's going to be in the positive x, negative y direction. So then so when we go left, it's going to go negative y, negative x. And then right is going to be positive y, positive x. Right? And then we're going to add them together. And then the speed of this is then, yeah, we got the DP. We normalized it. We get the character position. And then we've got the new positions for everything. Oh, fuck. Why did I do that? I meant to do that. Well, which didn't work anyway. I'm just trying to do something else. So you can see what I'm doing. Like, the coordinate system is now wrong. And it looks like he's not even moving when I do that. So these aren't actually correct now in this case. So it's technically not. So if we go right, I need to print out. In fact, I can just look at this and go onto here and then just go draw. Is it some text in here? Yeah. Oh, format text. I added a thing in here to make it easier. Yeah. And then it's going to be at position 10. And then we're going to say 30, font size of 20. And then I'm going to do it as magenta. Why not? Format text does not. It does. Is it text format? It might be the other way around. Yeah. So another thing I noticed is when I got rid of the... There we go. So I don't need to do the normalization bit yet. That is 111. Down, down, down. 2. Okay, so these are going to have to be 2s. Everywhere they got a single 1, it's like that, and the rest are all that. So now these are all the wrong values. So we've cocked it up, but you can see what I'm trying to do, right? I'm trying to keep it in tiled coordinates and then go to... they're all slightly off now. So, just to go back, this one, 111, needs to be going in the moving... I think that one should be a 1. Yeah. Let me just have a look. So that now needs to go completely north. I think I know what's gone wrong now, 2. So as you see what I mean, all I have to do is shift everything, rotate it all round by 1. So 1, 0, 7, 6, 2, 5, 4, 3. Nope. That was wrong. So that one's definitely 1, right? That one's definitely 1. But that one is now meant to be, let's see, is that 7? No, what? I am now losing it. God, I need to get my coordinate system. So male running. I need to go back to image male run 0. So that should be 0, and that would be, I say that. Wait, what? That. Say where? Let's just stop that. So when I do the male run, 0 is that direction. So that one is is that. It should be moving. None of these are being set now. Oh, you moron, Bill. You can't even read your own fucking things. Okay, so that is 0, 0, yeah? So that one should be 0. Right. Go back to it. We go back to this. So that's is it male. So male running 0 is in that direction. Male 1 is completely in that direction now. So for the 1, 1, 1. Okay, let's just work our way around, right? Yeah, that's fine. And then that's going to be, I guess, -1. Wait. We go downwards. That's just going to be +1, -1. Yeah. 3. So yeah. Perfect, yeah. It's fine. Then we're going to do negative to that before. No, what was that? Sorry, what was that? That's -2, sorry. Yeah, that was me doing it all wrong. So then we're doing that thing like that, and then that one will be -1, -1. Yeah. And then we've got -2, 0 again, and that's going to be 6. And then the last one we haven't done yet is the -1 +1. That's for 7. Oh, that took a while. I'm just literally just changing the coordinate system as I do everything. If it makes any sense. So there we go. So now the camera's doing everything as I expect. But we still haven't figured out the clipping stuff. So now his running speed is a bit slow, right? That's fine. I need to go 4 times as much then with the running speed. Oh yeah, fuck it, that's a bit fast. Let's go for 3. Ah, okay, there we go. Fine, whatever. There we go, whatever. What if you tried additive blending? Yeah, sure. No, the blending thing's to be work, I think. So now I've just changed the coordinate system as I was playing around. Sorry, I'm just changing the coordinate systems of everything to be like tile based. That was me just getting distracted. Right. So the problem is look, it's being rendered correctly, except that is now in front. So it's a little bit wrong. So when we draw the objects, I now need to draw a outline. Draw rectangle lines. That's what I want. Pos Y, width, height, and then we want magenta, right? We can get rid of that DP thing now. We now know exactly what it's doing. Oh no, they all need to be in... No, they all need to be F32s now. Flipping it. They need to be I32, sorry. So now you can see what's happening here though, right? For some bizarre reason, they're just rendering the lines out as white. So if I get rid of the depth testing again. Yeah, now we see all them all, but they're all in white, and that doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah. Yes, we are, but I know I'm trying to figure out why everything is white. Anybody got any ideas? Like it's all white. I'm putting magenta in there and it's not rendering it. You can see what I'm trying to show, right? This has got massive, these are massive, massive textures. They're just huge. Like if we were going to not, we wouldn't ever, I know why it's the way it is, but it's still a bit like, eh. So effectively, we need hitboxes, but effectively if I was around this, here, yeah. This would now be, that renders in front. So we've got a depth test kind of thing going on, yeah? So the depth test thing we can enable again. And for so, that's fine. That should be in front though. Actually, one other thing I need to do is, this is going to sound stupid. Right? God, there's so many depth test changes everywhere, but just so I can see stuff. Do you see a draw rect? I'm confused. What are you talking about? Yeah. That's that tint, but I'm setting it as being a different tint here. We can get rid of it just to prove it. Well, how would it look with collision on? That's a really good question, because we don't even know what the bounds are of any of these things are. We'd have to make them all up. So to keep that simple for the time being, I would have to just have one object and do the bounds checking on that. But you're right. I mean, like, I'm just trying to pretend what it would look like. Yeah? So if we only have one different type of object, right, let's just keep it really simple. Let's say it is just a barrel. In fact, it is that specific barrel. No, let's go for crate because, again, I think crate's great. Right, there's a crate. So if you were walking across that, you'd think you'd be fine. Also, God, why? It is pissing me off with the lines. And the thickness is I want 2. Then I can see it. But like, it doesn't look... It's not rendering these. This is not your stream problem. Like, look, they're not all rendering all the things. Like, they can see this thing here. Like, it doesn't look... It's not rendering the full thing. Yeah, it's all a bit off. All of it. Like, all these, like, even lines aren't being rendered correctly. So if we get rid of the depth tests, right? I don't know how they set up their system. That's the problem. I might be being moronic. Now we can see it, so the depth tests. But the idea is, effectively, this should be in front still. Should still be in front. And then you would be blocked. But if you're behind it, look, because of that, you can see where the bottom line is. The bottom line determines when you'd be in front or behind, right? So that's the problem I'm trying to solve. Now I'm thinking, yeah, we do the bounding boxes afterwards, right? Yeah, you're probably a good idea is just add the bounding boxes later. Or we can go through these again and then render them again, if you know what I mean. So we know what the bounding boxes are. They're all going to be the exact same size. So if we have a queue of bounding boxes, like that, yeah? And then we can also clear this every single time. Just to make it clear. We could do it there-ish, why not? We can just add every single object. So X, Y. Now width we know is the tile width and then the tile full height. Right? That's the actual thing we need to do. And it's the same with this. And then we can go through the bounding boxes. And then do the RL direct rectangle. So we just do the box, thickness, and then magenta again, which is what I want magenta, but it's not showing it. So now it's... So now they're rendering, right? They are being delayed. And I can just do the RL enable depth test. And then this one doesn't have any depth test in it, so just disable. It's not an RL, it's in RLGL. Look, now the depth test doesn't work. Look, see it works there. Doesn't always work. This is what I don't understand. I'm trying to do the tilting thing. So if I get rid of the -1, yeah, it's not going to do any depth testing, right? That's kind of the point. Right, there's no more depth testing going on. But I'm just trying to render, like do a double render batch kind of thing. Where, or maybe the option is you just do a different, God, how do I use this? Like, I know how I'd do this in normal OpenGL. I might have been just quicker doing it that way. But oh, no. I am going to keep up with my madness. Yeah, let's put him in the center again. Right, he's now, no, let's go to 7. That's the center. So I'm now not far off. We probably can get rid of the 16 thing as well. Let's just go to world width. Let's just say 16 and height is 16. Yeah, let's put that just to make it clearer to read. And then I can do everywhere there's a 16. Okay, so that's rendered as I expected. So I can change this now to like 64 by 64. See, it's now much bigger space, and I don't see the edges as quickly. Right, look at that. Taking a while just to get to the edge. Get there. If I do 32, it should be much more reasonable. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out the depth testing problem, which is the thing I'm really like annoyed about. Don't we change the shader? I'm like, yeah, but we don't do anything special with the shader, right? Like, just to prove it, let's get rid of the custom shader. Let's just get rid of it. And where is the custom shader? Here. Right, now it works. You're right. So I fucked something up with the shader. What? I don't know what, but I have. It might have been fucking everything up with the shader, you know. Thank you about the shader, but I'm like, why would... I don't know why that's happening. Right, so he's in front of it. It's great. But now he needs to be behind it here. Rendering, effectively, it would be rendered behind. But for some reason, it's not doing that. Oh, that's interesting, though. Let's do enable depth test, disable depth test. That's an interesting like state problem I've got there. Okay. Okay, so that's fine. That's exactly the case because I got rid of the -1 trick, right? But now it doesn't work here, so I probably need to do 2 different render buffer queues. So, draw... I think I need to probably just do my own render batch, effectively. Right? So this will be one render batch, and we just render it. Then we have another render batch, and we just render that. And then that would be okay. Yeah, we're going to try and do a Z corner. That's the trick. That's what I'm trying to deal with. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe I'm not... Do I need to initialize this? I've been using RLGL in many places, but I've not been initializing it correctly. I don't know what I'm doing. This is the problem when you're using Raylib and you don't know what the flipping heck you're doing. And why sometimes using like libraries, which is great for Raylib if you know what you're doing, but I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm drinking my own golden ale. I do own a brewery, so yes. Very clean. It's not boring, it's just clean and refreshing. There's nothing special about it in that regard, but hey, it's a crowd pleaser. So yeah. So Martin saying, for the Z stuff, I would probably first sort out the... No, I'm trying to figure out... So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to just do this through a Z buffer trick, right? I don't see why I should need to manually sort them with, like on the CPU side. I know I could, but I don't see why. It just seems a little bit peculiar to me. Because, well, we could just do them. We would just add all of the rectangles and the textures to a queue. And then we sort all of them by their Y coordinate. And then, hey presto, they now render correctly. But it doesn't seem right, if you know what I mean. Yeah, so I need to calculate the Z coordinate. So what is that Z coordinate is what I'm trying to say. So I could probably cheat, but I need to... The current camera is probably half the problem. Like I've got a 2D camera. And that's why I was doing a custom shader. I just want to know what the default shader is. Yeah? I just want to know what the default shader is per se in Raylib. If I look at Raylib's course here, I don't know. I don't know. I don't actually know anything. Is it? Yeah. Is that what's what I've copied and pasted already? Was the example base? This is what I did. Right. That's kind of what, like, that's the direct thing, but for some reason that wasn't working. But what does the default shader do? Great, I just want to see what the custom... They're telling me what's in here, right? So we have these coordinates. Right, that's what I added already, yeah? All of them have the MVP, yeah. For the fragment, it has the final color, yeah? And it has a texture and the color diffuse, yeah. So that is exactly what I'd expect. So that is the right shader. That is the default shader. But then that disappears. So something's gone wrong with one of the colors. So there's apparently a vertex normal in there as well, but I don't see it. So I think there's something... This is why I'm saying what they're documenting isn't correct. I don't know. I'm using Raylib. I have no idea where anything's being passed. It's Raylib. So it's kind of one of those that sometimes I'm already being frustrated as someone who does everything by scratch normally. The point where I'm like, yeah, I don't know how to use Raylib. Yeah, good night. I bet there's a way of finding out the default shader somewhere. Right? Looks like I've found the default shader. Load the default shader. So their code looks like that, effectively. So they have vertex position, text coordinate, vertex color. Yeah. 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 Yep. And then their fragment shader is in frag, yeah. Out in color, out final color, text 0, color diffuse. And then they have texture. I'm like, they're doing... Oh, is it not? Oh, that's what the problem was. I feel like a moron. I wasn't timing by the frag color, so it's the fragment color. So it's my fault. It is my fault. Yeah, okay, that's my fault, 100%. Sorry, guys. So I've still got the same shader as theirs. It's the default one now. Good news. So we've been here for nearly 3 hours. So the first 30 minutes was the most productive thing I've ever done. And then clearly the next 2 hours after this have not been that productive. But it's also just me being learning Raylib, as you're explaining. So it's getting there, I guess. So it's like, look. Like, I want the person to be behind for the Z ordering. Now, right? So we should have this trick here. I don't think that's correct, right? So I think that's the XX coordinates there. So that should be the -1, yes. And then the X... That one should be -1. Yeah. And then I need to do the depth testing. Right. Ah, look at that now, okay? So... Okay, that's interesting at least. I'm doing some weird shit. But disable the depth tests entirely. Right, okay, so that's on top, that's that. We need to see the depth buffer. Yeah, I know, but it's one of those where we can do it. Here's the big guns, right? Yeah, allow it, fine. Right, we're just capturing a frame. So, we're at the texture viewer. Got 2 passes to it, so we only care about the first pass anyway. So we've got all of, look at this. How many fucking draw calls does this have? I thought this was meant to be batched. What are all these little ones before then? I thought this was all meant to be batched. Seriously? Oh, wow. It doesn't even batch render anything. Well, I know it's changing all the textures all the time. That is true. I need a better rendering system. God, that's so many draw calls. That's insane. I need to draw my own. Probably need to redo this, not use Raylive. So, yeah, and then I'll figure out what I need to do. So this is they're the bounding boxes, right? Now I just need to see the depth texture. Where the heck is the depth texture? I don't think I'm enabling depth test here, am I? That's the thing. I've just done all this, and I've not enabled the depth test. Yeah, that's just now insane to actually look at, so it doesn't actually help. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, but even then, I'm going to just do the render doc again. Launch. You guys can't see this. It's going to be tiny. Wow. Wow. Just wow. Okay. That's even worse. That's really bad now, but I'm trying to figure out which bits are actually doing which. So from 0, that's 0, 0. That's 0, 0. Oh, there, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0, 1. 1, 0. So yeah, it should be them. Let's try that. I just wish I could. We might have to rent. You know what I could do? Right? I want a tiny one, so something like. Yeah. Origin 0. Let's go 0, 0. White, yeah. Don't think it's got rotation in it. It has, yeah. Fuck it. That's meant to be the depth texture at the top there. No, so the RLG begin and end, it may bypass it. You are correct. But at the same time, that's what it did internally, and I just copied and pasted the code that it did internally. So, yeah. And I kind of need to do that manually anyway. So... that's all. And also, by the way, it wasn't... the multiple draw calls are from me drawing calling the draw texture call, not from everything else. Yeah, how do I view... I'm just trying to see the depth buffer trick, that's all. Oh god, this is annoying. Like, I just want to see the depth buffer, okay? Without having to keep passing it every single time. You don't think you can buy transparency and depth? Should be able to, no? Why not? Right, you know what I'm going to do? I don't know what I'm doing. It's the best answer. Right. Effectively, I just want to do one begin draw call. Okay, so that's one weird issue, right? We go back to RenderDoc, relaunch the application. This will tell me where the depth is, and I bet it's that weird. It looks weird again, right? Look, it does this. So these depth things aren't in the right place where the corners are. So I've got the wrong corner. That's it. No, don't close that down yet. So that's all I've done wrong here, because I thought for some reason I was doing it. Let's just literally trial and error. Try again. Do trial and error. We could figure it out from first principles, but hey ho. Yeah, I'm still depth peeling. I've been doing this for 2 hours now. I know, not 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours. Bloody hell. I am. Okay, so we got the wrong edge this time. That's all. Okay. Just the wrong edge. So for some reason, it's not that. I don't think it's that. I always kept thinking it was. Let's try that. That should have been it in the first place. What am I doing wrong? That should have been it. Right? Let's go back to render doc. Relaunch. F12 again. Texture viewer. Okay, so now it's the right edge, but it's the wrong one. So I just need to flip them now completely. So it is those two negative ones. Okay, so that's nearly correct. It's gone wrong. It's gone behind stuff. This is where you're saying, oh, I can't do depth in colors. And the answer is, yeah, you can. You just discard it. Like that. So, you should... Oh, fucking finally. Sorry, pardon my French, but... Finally! I did it. Oh, look, I'm behind it. I'm in front of it. And it's all determined by that edge. Okay, we've got it all correct now. The floor isn't depth tested, but the stuff in front is. Oh my god, that took too long. I'm also setting when the draw batch is active. So there's one drawback active here. And there's one over here and there's one here, right? So when you have different draw batches, the bounds are now correct. Look, now it's rendering, guys. We finally did it. After 2 hours, and also I got distracted halfway through, but I did it. So we don't need these bounding boxes anymore. I'll hide them, if you know what I mean. Okay, we now have proper depth testing. Not perfect, because you can see like that shadow isn't blending correctly. And I don't know if that's because the shadow has no blending. Will there be a way of finding out? We look for that crate, wooden crate. Which wooden crate were we using? The north one. Yeah. North. Yeah, so it's not doing blending correctly now. Right? So that's half the problem, is it's not doing blending correctly. But that's not that surprising, to be honest with you, because I've just done this. Yeah, this is the only way to do order independent blending. It's not correct. Like, see, it's still not, these alphas not right there. But otherwise... Yeah, sounds fine to me. Okay, so shall we try and get a little bit more fancy with the rendering? So if we make the room a little bit smaller, all right, let's say it's 8 by 8 this time round. So now we can see everything. What I want to do is on the edges of the world, I want to draw those walls, effectively. So they're going to be classed as objects still because they're like heights. They're not just like tiles anymore. So effectively, we have to just draw them anyway. So from naught, so if we do one edge at a time, so we do world height. Let's just do the tall edge, right? That's x0 equals 0. So this is going to be v, and then u equals like that, yeah? I don't have to do that, I can do that. Right? So now we need to just draw a wall. Which walls are there? Stone wall. Stone wall. Let's go for the east is what I'm looking for. East, let's do north, east, south, and then west, obviously. So we want 0 for this wall, right? Sorry, 1, I should say. Yeah? So now there's a wall rendered there. If I go behind it, it's now rendered correctly. But yeah, like it's oh, its depth testing isn't perfect. Shit. Because that, oh no, so then we do actually need to handle the ordering of things. So this isn't actually an object anymore. It is just a texture. Right? So this has no depth texting to it to say. It's just... Oh god, we have to do it backwards, don't we? So... There we go. That's 1. Then we want to do the width of the world. And that's going to be that. And then it's going to be, which one is it? So is it going to be south? And south is going to be 2. Like so. But the problem is, now it's the ordering now is the problem. Because there's no corners, are there? Unless there is. Stone wall, corner broken. Corners. We have got corners. Corner and the south. Okay, that's the one I want. So what I need to do is do the corner first. So south is no 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. And then we need to go from UV coordinates as well. So it's going to be at 0, 0, but it's going to be right at the end. Those UV coordinates. Right, so we have to get rid of this line, sorry. Yeah. Wait, why is that not being rendered? Okay, so that's done that wall, but for some reason that's not being rendered. Is it because these don't actually... Oh, wait. Like that. There we go. Like so. They say I'm Blue Peter, but that's probably not even correct, what I need. The right corner. It's rendering on top of the world itself, so... There we go. And look, if I can go behind it, that's fine. But there would be collision detection, right? So, hypothetically, there's going to be collision detection. So, this is where we're going to get going. So, we got that. We can probably add some, like... what else is there? There's some, like, some wall columns as well in here. Wall column in. I think round the... so, the south ones are here. So, we've got... Well, what were we doing? 1 and 2. So, they don't need to be 1 and 2 because we don't need to have the other walls. We just need to have the ones that we can see. Yeah? So that can be 0, 1. That can be the 2. Yeah? Makes sense. Then we can have some wall columns in here. So that's going to be a wall column in. Like that. And then that can be that as well. So that one was going to be a 4. We could probably just add some things in here. So then this could be... I unironically just do that. Oh no, plus 2. Yeah? You know what I mean? But it's not exactly the prettiest in the world. There we go, much better. Do we have a bottom wall that could cover the player? Yes, we could. But we'd have to render it well after all of this, right? So we could have the bottom walls. So wall corner south. We want... I want a wall... Yeah, so north and west walls is what I want. West, west, north, north. So I now need to add 4 more to that other one I've just done, which is the corner piece. Right? So that now becomes 8. Right, that's not a problem. So now if we render the walls, the other ones, so this is now going to be, oh goodness, naught. So we just if we do this, so 0 to 4. So that becomes 5, and then that one becomes 6. Yeah, but they're in the wrong places now, so. See what I mean? Looking good, right? It's looking good. But the only problem I've got now is that this is actually the wrong way around. Because the places where it's doing the things are wrong. We also don't need it to do the full width either for these. Yeah, because that's going to be a corner piece. And that one will be a corner piece. So then we can just render the corner pieces, can't we? So they can be rendered here. So we have 2 more corner pieces to deal with. North, west. Oh, so we've got south. So we've got east, south, west, and north. For some reason, we're doing these. Yeah, I had to do the manual or like stuff, otherwise it doesn't work, man. But hello, Carl. How are you doing? It's lovely to see you. And also, I don't know if I thanked you personally in person. I did love Cat and Onion. It was a lovely game, by the way. People who don't know, Cat and Onion, Carl Zielinski wrote, made in Odin and Raylib. And it's a lovely game. You can get it on itch, or you can get it on Twitter, on Steam. I got it on Steam. It's a lovely little game. I recommend people playing. I'll put it in the chat for people. If you've got 30 minutes, it's worth your 30 minutes. It really is. It's just a nice little game. So get it on Steam or itch.io or whatever, wherever you prefer. So I'm going to have to automate this so it's actually correct, if you know what I mean. Because at the moment, it's not anywhere near. Oh, God, what was that corner piece? 9. Wrong one? 10? Oops, I'm rendering it twice. That one was 9. Yeah, that's 9. Then we have 2 corner pieces. We have... this one is at 0, 0 coordinates. I don't know why I'm doing that when I can just do that and do it in line, if you know what I mean. And then this one could be 0, 0. It's not going to be 9. Which one? I'm just going to guess at this point. 10? Nope, it's 11? 12? No, it's not 12. It was 8? Of course it was. 11, and then this one's going to be in the top corner. So world width -1 and world height -1. And that's not 11. Is it 10? Yeah, it's 10. So then the last one we've got to do is the bottom bits. The walls here are going way too much. So we've got, yeah, so we need to... So that's wall 1 done. And then we need to go, we don't want to render the entire length down there. So now we can see there's a little box there as well, interestingly. And then we can just render the next corner, the last corner. So it's not 8, it's not 9, it's 11. And it's going to be at that point there. Look at that! We got it, guys! We got it! We got depth sorting. Also, there's not enough boxes in there now, not enough crates. Let's reduce it to like, I don't know. There we go, 1 in 6. Oh, so it renders slightly wrong here. Oh, that's a little bit annoying. But it should have been fine, right? Because I've just disabled the depth test. So this should have been on top. But hey ho. I'm happy enough for the time being. Look at that. Right? And it's got the proper columns rendered everywhere. It looks like a proper room now. So I can see some like bleeding here with the lines. So it's not perfectly... It might be the anti-aliasing that's causing that. Nope. Yeah, you see what I mean? Looking good. It's looking good. Now, I don't think a bright blue background is the right color for this, to be honest with you. I always like doing the sky blue. I've like memorized those colors off by heart. So we could probably just do like a black. But black's too much. So let's go for a slightly off black, I think. Like gray. There we go. Slightly nicer to look at. Okay, wave function collapse. Oh, I hate that they call it that, but whatever. But look, I've got depth sorting. This is fine. Now, I want to see if we can get some other objects in there, right? So what other objects have we got? We've got some planks. Those aren't... Okay, so there's different types of objects and there's different types of floors. So we need to have like floor coverings. So these wouldn't have any depth sorting on them. Again, you just draw them... Like the planks just go on top of the wall floors, right? But then we have chests. Oh yeah, we need some chests. We've got more crates, so let's go all of them. Yeah, look at that. We've got some barrels and stuff. Seriously, let's increase the frequency to like 9 now. Yeah. 1 in 6. There we go. Let's add some more objects to this monstrosity. Go away. Chest closed. I don't see any chests. Oh, maybe. I know it sounds silly. Maybe we make a big wall. We have a bigger room with a higher chance of things happening. Probably because they're not even the right name. So chest closed. No, they are the right words. Let's just have just them. Oh, and put them in the walls. I'm an absolute fucking moron. No wonder I didn't see them. They're meant to be in the objects. Alright, there's some closed. Open. Great. These are like floor coverings, okay? So they would have to be different. Stairs, spiral. Columns? Probably not a bad idea. So stone column. Let's try that. What's the... Oh, they've got wood on them as well. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, ho, ho, ho. This is looking pretty cool, if you ask me. Also, by the way, I'm having fun if you didn't get it. This is the whole reason why I didn't want to stream. I thought, I'll make a game. I haven't made a game in a while. This is quite a nice little thing. Right? Ginger Diablo. Yeah, I'm calling it, yeah. Like, oh god, what I really need is actual, like, depth testing with, like, blending. It's going to be, oh god, that's a hard thing to do, actually. I know it's hard. But, like, look at that. The shadow actually goes over the character. But look at that. We've got animations for the character. We've got a scene we can walk around. We haven't got any bounce checking yet. But I think there's actually a really simple way to do bounce checking, to be honest with you. With the walls, at least. Is we just calculate them. Right? So, when he's moving around... If character position.x equals that, then we just clamp it. In fact, we can just go clamp 0 and then tile, world width. Height. So this will prevent me from going into the wall. And well, look, there's some rendering going there, okay? So what I need to kind of cheat on is when you do the object generation, we just don't want to do it on those two edges. If you know what I mean. So we've got I here. We need to do I plus 1. Another way of cheating this is if U equals 0. No, if U equals... No, if U equals 1... No, wait. Sorry, if V equals 0, V plus 1. right? That's a simple one. And then the other one is if x, so u equals world width minus 1, u minus 1. So this means it prevents anything from ever going on that line. Like that, yeah? Okay, so that one isn't, because I'm not doing the right test for his position. I just did the end, and it's like, no, I'm off by 1, aren't I? There we go. Yep, I know. I prefer braces, man. I'm one of those people. You assume dues for me. Not. Look at that. We've done all right, actually. I say, you'd have to admit, this is not bad. I'm having fun again, right? For the first, like, 2.5 hours, just like, ah! Now it's fun. Okay? Look, I've got kind of crap collision detection, with the walls, at least. And look what we can do in less than 370 lines of code. Isn't it mwah, beautiful, right? Absolutely beautiful. What else is there? Also, by the way, people who say, like, oh, why didn't you use do? Here's a fun trick. Do is actually just as long, really, in the grand scheme of things. So it's not really any better. The only problem with these is to do collision detection with these objects, right? I would have to know the size of them. And yeah, that's going to be a hard thing to test for. Well, not yet, but I have to do just general collision detection. And also, by the way, what I might do here is there's another animation we haven't tested yet, which is the pickup one. Right, look. Yeah? So we could set a new animation, right? So we know it should be running an animation. But when it runs out, we need to cancel it. So, no, but I don't want to do this. I don't need to do it yet. There's no reason. So is there any other objects I can make the world prettier with? Because we've got the staircases and such. I remember there's chairs. There's a broken bridge. Stacked barrels. Oh, now they look good. Right? But then we've got like a spiral staircase. What could we do? We're going to the objects array. Stairs. Spiral. E S W N. There's a staircase there, man. Look at that staircase. And look at the bad rendering we have, because it's depth testing with the... Actually, I wonder if the solution to that is actually simpler than I realise. Yes. So that was the solution. Change the ordering. But that is kind of funny how it just... That's how it blends. So yeah, this is not the best art in the world. Look at that. I'm in front, and now I'm behind it, and I'm getting this weird shadow on me. The shadow is not the best thing in the world. So that's one fine thing. What else is in here? We've got these different ones, like the different stone and mud things. Oh, there's some doors as well, so that's actually pretty cool. So we could put a stone wall in there from every so often. Yeah? So we've got them now in the walls. So what I can do... We can add them every so often into that mix. We only need to add one, I think. So if we do the east one, which is... Oh, God, this is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Great. This is not how you should do it. You should use enums. I know. Don't hard code values, but when you're on like a game jam, that's kind of what you do. It would be that row there. So another way of putting this is if I equals world height over 2, then I'm going to change that to 12. And there should be, look, there's a door now there. Let's go in there. Right, so we've got that. We could have some more. Look at that. There we go. We got some doors on that wall. Just doors on that wall. No other ones. Don't need them. We've got open ones. So we could have walls inside the thing. We've got archways here. We've got like gate bars. Oh, that's a really... they're gates. So I'll go for a gate this time instead of a wall. Not fate. Gate. Look at that. Look at that. There's half walls. Oh, there's round walls. Ooh. Ooh. Why didn't I try them out instead? And they're the wrong ones. No, so I'm going to just change one of them. It was round. Right, I just want that end one to be the case. Yeah, it's that one. And that one needs to be east. Well, look at that. We've got a round wall in that corner. None of the rest are round, but just that one. Yeah. There's some structures like this, so they can build like... So after this point, you need a level designer. I know there's tiled is one of them you could use. So it's not a... Like, I know people use like the tiled editor to design their stuff, which is fine and all. I'm not saying I'm going to be using that or not. Like, I'm just having fun. Like, that's why I did this tonight. Wasn't necessarily a game of sorts. It was just me trying to do isometric rendering. Now, stuff like these beams, this is where, oh God, this is where depth testing doesn't work anymore, because you'd be in front of it in one place, but not in front of it in another. So you have to be really careful how you'd actually render that. So what you'd actually need really to do this correctly, if you're going to do this correctly, is you have those in parts. So you'd split them up and do it that way. So part of it would be in front and what part of it would be behind. And then the other aspect you could cheat on, and again, I keep saying cheat because it is one, is to consider it in terms of, like, you could have a depth buffer texture associated with every single texture. But yeah, like I'm just looking at this. I'm happy for saying this is. You can see how easy game dev sometimes is, right? Oh god, you can see the lack of pre-multiplied alpha there, man. Right, there's a way of you know the screen buffer width. I'm gonna do that over 2, so it's like a half the width. Right, this is now double the pixel size, right? So I've now got you can see this here. Look at the lack of pre-multiplied alpha. Look at it. Ugh. Ugh. It's just disgusting. Just don't. People don't allow people not to have pre-multiplied alpha, but I'd have to do it and just. Also, it's sad that I do know what pre-multiplied alpha looks bad when it's gone bad, but like at that. Ooh. Ooh, brother. Ooh. No, it's he's hiding behind the column. He's there. Look at that. It's like he's. Yeah, now you can see I've got scaled up, and that's just doing a scale. So we could have done this scale without needing to, right? So that's just doing the correct thing. That's just changing it to be half the pixel size. But what we could have done is with the camera, it's just set the scale, the zoom level, be 2. And now it's slightly off. Like the offset is off. I don't remember if that's what I was meant to be doing or not. No, I can't see it now. So if I do... It's not divided by the zoom, it's times by the zoom. That's what I wanted. So now I've zoomed in, and it does look kind of interesting at least. Yeah, I do think this going straight on like that is too fast. So we do need to kind of normalize the speed. So I think it needs to go like slightly, like half the speed when it goes straight like that way. Yeah, because that normalization is... Yeah, it's working. I'm kind of happy with that. So far. Is there anyone else help for this like little fun thing? Just like, clearly, sometimes you have fun like this, don't you? There's different floors, so we could probably just improve the floor, because at the moment we've just got the most, I think we have the most boringest floor in the world. Oh no, no, it's not boring. It is it is okay, but if it was just a little bit smoother, right? Oh god, I got speed recognition. Right, that's a really smooth floor now. In fact, to make it really smooth, look at that. But we need to add the odd missing tile in there. Makes it look a little bit more interesting. Or if we just go back to the stone tiles, they're the ones that go like off like that. Then uneven. Just trying to make it look more aesthetically pleasing. No, we could have made a game out of this, you know. Like the easiest, like this is clear. This guy's clearly going too fast for this, going across here than this. But maybe he's not going too fast. Maybe he's actually going the right speed. I keep thinking, yeah, he is going the right speed because, right, I'm going to kind of randomly time this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So just about 7-ish. Nearly 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, he's going the right speed. I know he is, but I'm not submitting this to a game jam. This is not even me. Like, if I was going to do game jam, I'd practice the thing I knew I was kind of going to do, or not do isometric game. God, people do not allow people to do things without pre-multiplied alpha, man. Ugh. Sorry, I'm just emailing someone. I don't technically practice for a game jam. I used to never do it because I used to do it all the time. But like, this is me practicing. Like, I haven't practiced in a long while, man. Also, Martin, you win game jams. Like, for people who don't know who Martin Cohen is, actually I probably won't do it. But in general, he actually has won game jams before. So, like, he's really good at it. So when I say I have to practice, I'm not that good at game jams, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Like, I always do well in the music. If I ever do the music as well. Like, that's not like the best thing to be proud of. I'm not really bothered about how to do the map stuff at the moment now. I'm kind of just like finished. Like, look at that. There's no... If it was just the stone columns, right? Let's just say it was just the columns. Right? We can now add... So the problem here is... Bounding boxes. So we don't want to clear it every single time. We want to add the bounding boxes to... That's the wrong bounding boxes. I want to do the collision detection box things. So these will be the, collision boxes. And they're going to be, they're going to be rectangles, but they're going to be in the different world space, right? You know, the tile world space, right? I'll clear it after I've tested it, is what I'm saying. So I've done this thing here. So then all I'm going to do is for collision box, so box in collision boxes. Then when we come to the objects that we were under here, we know they're all that, so we can just add some in there. So these are going to be in like the rect. So they're going to be in U and V, add by a half. In fact, they're not going to be full of half, and I don't even know how wide they are actually. So, like, what do you think they look like? They look like they are... I don't know. I'd have to draw these to figure it out. You know what I mean? So let's just say let's just draw the wrong one, right? Collision boxes. And then we need to go through each of the coordinates on it. So we're going to have P0. I'm going to do vectors here. So right. That's the vector equivalent. So what I need to do here is effectively the box.x and the box.y. P0, yeah. So now I've got some coordinates. I now need to kind of just draw a random quad. So raylib. I need to draw lines effectively, but it's a rotated quad. I'm gonna have to draw them manually, aren't I? So yeah, let's just do. Yeah, let's just draw lines. Like this, yeah? Lines. The color I'm going to do is, again, magenta. Ignore the normal, it doesn't really matter, make a difference for this. Texture coordinates don't make a difference. But those do. So, I didn't need the vector one for this particular case, did I? No. Okay, so they are all not rendering prettily. So trying to do GL lines. Oh, I know what I've done wrong. I'm kind of a moron. You have to draw all the lines twice, right? So clearly it's in the wrong place now, what those places are. So if I tweak them so that they are, but this is where things get a little bit funny, don't they? Because it's going to be like, what if it U minus 1, V minus 1? Like, I don't know where they actually are. Okay, so minus 2? Yeah, that's right. And then that's across by U. Okay, they're wrong. Oh, that's nearly there. Oh god, where are these even? Problem is, there's too many of these being rendered, so I need to just go like 20. And also, can I make this not zoomed in as much? Because I don't need it to be that zoomed in. Okay, they're well off, right? Like those are clearly for them, and then like their x coordinates are so far off, it's silly. But I know why, because it's the rendering of the quad is at the top of that giant thing, not at the thing. So it's probably like this is why it's taken forever just to figure out where the positions are. So that's about right for X. And about right for... No, it's not. Try 3. Okay, so nearly on the right place. So X needs to be slightly off now. Like maybe 0.25? Yeah. That's better. Aha! Look at that! We're nearly in the right place. So it just needs to be pushed down ever so slightly more in both directions. So minus 0.125. So that's the same as me doing 3.775, isn't it? For 3/8. No, it's not. Bugger. Right, but you guys can see what I'm trying to do, right? So I've kind of got nearly the right place, but it needs to just be shifted. Oh, it's the wrong way I did it. X, that needs to be by 0.25, and then Y shifted by that. Now look at that, they're on it. They're on the right positions. So that's after a lot of trial and error. Figure out where to put them. So that needs to be plus, so 125 there. Yeah. And then that needs to be minus 0.25 there. Yep. So now they're in the right place. We can actually do a collision detection, and we would have to do the same collision detection for the person, right? The character. And I guess he's going to be in a very similar position. Yeah. Like, yeah, he's got the same calculation for his place, if you know what I mean. So we can do the collision detection now with his kind of rectangle, right? So that's the rendering, and then we can do some bounding box AABB testing, if you know what I mean. Where was it? Here. Does Raylib already have some of that, is my question. Bounding box. I want to know if two rectangles like overlap with each other. Oh, here we go. Check collisions. So if they do collide, if they do collide, R and box. So this is the player character rect, whatever. The CR. They do. Equals true. And then we can do a character box because we have that added to the list, don't we? So if I look at the collision boxes, the very first one is the character one. So we can change the color, right? We don't need to. We can just change there was a collision with the text. Here we go. That's what we can do. I don't even know what the parameters are. Look, there's a collision. Collision. So the question is, how do you handle that collision with all of that? Clearly, it's a really slow thing because you're going through every single thing in there and then doing it. But at the end of the day, it's not actually slow because it's still linear. We get a collision, right? So now we need to handle that collision. So we need to force him to actually just be on a certain edge. You know what I mean? Oh, God. How do we handle that collision? I'll be right back. I've got to go spend a penny again. I know. Too much liquid. It's half the problem. I know, right? Ugh. So come back from these commercial messages and you'll in chat amongst yourselves. Enjoy yourselves. back. And I gained some viewers by the looks of it. Right, I'm back. Sorry, I'm back. I didn't go. Just had to go. Right, so we need to multiply by the force vector. Yeah, I know, it's not that difficult. I just haven't bothered with the collision yet. So right, so we've got the collision. We can figure out when there's a collision like that. There's colliding. Right? God, there's loads of chat people. Loads of first timers. Welcome. Welcome back. Right, so yeah, pretty much you have to do the collision box, then you can do the vector between the two of them, right? Dead simple. So if they do collide, you figure out which side they collide from, as well as the angle of collision. It's a little bit. Oh, we got some raiders from Hero Dev. Thank you very much. Yes, sorry, I was right back. I had to go do things. We're doing all this cool thing. So, right, we need to figure out the collision detection on that. That is really angry. Collision, collision, collision. There were great streams, by the way. I love Cakes. Cakes 77. I like the German bloke. But yeah, they were always light streams, actually. Really happy about them. So that's got that there. Now, what I think we could probably do is we've got these collision detection things, which is great news. We've got that. So now we need to reconcile it somehow. So... I know how to do it properly, but I'm not trying to do properly. Like, I know what... I've detected it. Now I need to handle the collision. It's like, how do you... Oh, it won't be back for a while. Yeah, I've heard. I gathered he's now become a dad. Well, congratulations to him. I knew his wife was pregnant, but I didn't realize that she was now not pregnant, if you know what I mean. So congratulations to him. Yeah, very nice of that. Right. I'm just trying to think. I don't know why I'm thinking this through too much. I'm probably, it's also like, it is 11:15 here, so probably I'm a little bit tired. And I probably should be stopping soon. But, yeah. Challenge run. No, I just want to finish I just want to be able to hit the objects with the bounding boxes, and if that's the case, that'd be fun. For the moment, we've got like objects. We haven't even defined what an object is actually. Right? Texture, RL texture 2D. Yeah. So what we could have done here is... There we go. So that's the objects rendered. The reason why I'm doing that is because we can add a bounding box to everything as well. So, for instance, these are the bounding boxes. We can go for box. Just call it box. So the idea is that we have to be 4, -3, and it's that. Okay, so they're all like that. Okay. So then we can have object box r.x plus equals u. Y is going to be v. That's the same. So now we've just genericized to put it elsewhere, so we can now deal with else there. It's surely not the API one. I'm like, it works, doesn't it, Verk? It works. So we've done that. We've genericized it a little bit. God, this is awful code. Well, actually, it's not awful code. It's not even 400 lines. It's fine, okay? It's really fine. Where am I doing the collision detection? Here. There's the collision detection. There was a collision. Just spam the print chat. It'll be fine. Look at that. There we go. Spam it. So now it's telling me which things to do in. But it doesn't. That's not really a useful thing necessarily, is it? If it's 2D, yeah, it's identical. So it's just platform collision for like 2D game. That's all it really is at the end of the day. So we could probably deal with it, right? Let me think how to do it properly, because it's not going to be difficult, because it's effectively just anything the same as a 2D game, right? God, when you get programmed for a while and you're tired, it doesn't help, does it? The collision wrecks, yeah. Did I just call it box? I meant hitbox. That is the hitbox, isn't it? Right, yeah. I know I can check the side. I'm just trying to think how to do it. I'm that... Bleh. Right, think it through. Bill. Right, I know how to do it now. Sorry, I just really went kind of bleh on that video. So we got the diff, but that's not useful. So we want dx is going to be... We need to figure out which side it's from effectively. So uv.x is cr.x. Yeah. And then .y. And that's going to be dx dy. And that's not meant to be... That's meant to be u. That's meant to be v. Okay. So when I do that, I am... If dx is greater than 0, then all we need to do, it's coming from... Wait a minute. It's coming from that side. So that means that the character position.x is going to be whatever that cliprect.x is. Right? Oh, no, that wasn't. So less than that, I should say. Maybe? I don't know what I'm doing. Oh no, it wouldn't be that. Because that's the character clip box. But now we need to figure out what the diff is. Because you're not, the position of that clip box isn't the same place. Whoa, look at that. Boo, boo, it pushes you out like mad. It's not exactly what I wanted, but it works, right? I could do a smoother camera to what I'm doing right now. You know, it's not even that difficult to implement, I'm thinking of. But I'm just trying to think. Right, let's just do it step by step. Right? It's going to be easier. If... yeah. Isn't CR and U both based on character position? Yes. Don't you want to check the diff between the objects box and the characters? Yeah, you can do the difference. Yeah, that's not a difference, yeah? So, like, for instance, because you can get, look, Raylib has some stuff in it. I would just expected that Raylib may have had, like, built-in, like, collision detection already. I'm I don't know why, I'm just blanking on everything now. I probably am need to go to bed. Perfect grammar, Bill. Absolutely perfect grammar. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it should give you the resolve too. So that is the... Yeah, so we need to get both of them. Now that's the div, but does that give you the resolve though? Because does it give you the resolve? I don't know if it does. I know that won't work. Look, that's not exactly what I mean. Also, I want to draw the box for the... for the player. So the player box... Yeah, orange is not bright enough. Let's go for green. Yeah, there we go. You can see I've now got a hitbox here. And that gives me the... We've got the hitbox, right? And we're rendering it correctly as well. Where am I going back to the depth test here? So clearly this is not the right thing. Let me just see what this is. You're all probably really angry at me because it's like, okay, so that is the position of the thing. Yeah, so it's the delta. That is that the real world position? It is the real world position. So what we need is effectively the... I know this is not right. I'm just messing around now. Why does it... Because if it would hit, I would have thought you would have just done the position. That would have worked, right? That's my original idea. Like, it doesn't... I mean, I don't mean it works as a collision detection, but it doesn't throw you back that far. Unless... Of course it will throw you back that far. Because you need to take the original hitbox position and force it, like, back off you. Because the problem here is you've got this weird hitbox, right? So let's call this the 0. Let's call this base, right? And the base one is that. Yeah, you see what I mean? Okay, so that's me not thinking through. But why am I mean, how is that not rendering now? What did I do different? Huh? Why is that not working? Yeah, that works. That'll be why. Okay, that's fine. It's not working now because now I'm now getting the right... It's getting the right place at least. Okay, so it's working from certain angles. So if you coming from... Yeah, so if it's coming from like that direction, that's the correct answer. But if it's coming from the other way, the other way would be the right answer. I didn't do anything. Or was it the other way around I needed? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so let's just print this out again. So when it collides... Okay, stuck there. It's not going any further. Right? It can come out. So it's not going any further that direction. It's not getting any further that direction. So the collision detection is slightly wrong. Right? It's that diff, width, and the height. Right, that's stuck there. That's not. Okay, so people are going to try and help me now, right? Right, sorry, to draw the coordinate system, sorry, this may not be clear. This point here, this is X and Y, so this would be the 0, like lower part, and that's like 0 to 1, 0 to 1. I've done it this way around, right? Not ignore those coordinate things there. This is the coordinate system I chose. Makes any sense? So X is this way, Y goes that way. Yeah. It's effectively just like you've done a rotation clockwise by 45 degrees. Entire coordinate system. That's all. So this is quite as good. Like it's kind of working one way around. And it does it the diff the wrong way. So I need to see what it does slowly. And I mean, you know what? I will zoom in this time. I'll zoom in 3 times. And slow down my guy's speed. God, he's going too fast. Where's the character speed here? 1. Right, see that? So it's the rectangle itself is at, I don't really care what coordinates it's at. But the width and the height. So whichever is the lowest one is actually the angle you're stuck in, right? Technically speaking. So if the height's deep, it means you need to push in that one. So if the width is less than the height, or no, let's say the height is less than the width, right? Then we need to go character position.x. So in this y, by that. That's not actually the correct answer for this type in. So it stops you there and stops you there, but doesn't stop you on that edge, if you know what I mean. If that's fine. So that's that case. So it needs to be reduced on the height. But if diff dot position, so that's the y position, is greater than the box dot y, the character position is equal to the. It's effectively just where the box's position is. So we don't just do a diff here, we also... Is it a plus the diff? Yeah, that's right. We did it. I did it. I did a thing that was surprisingly more difficult than I thought for some reason. But now we can actually probably just get the sign as well. Have I imported math? Yeah. Oh, it doesn't work. You actually need to do it manually. Okay. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. There's collision detection. We can get rid of that zoom, go back to 1, and increase the speed of him. And look, it works. We've got collision detection with the walls, which are the dumbest thing in the world, by the way. But then we have collision detection with these pillars. That's fine. So if we try and now do a barrel, for example. I don't think they're going to have the same hitbox as this. But you never know. Oh, they do. They actually do. That was actually kind of a good coincidence. What about the barrels, though? Are they won't have the same hitboxes. So I need to do this as a column hitbox column. So like that. These won't be the column. These will be barrels. Bollocks. So I'm now figuring out the object's sizes, if you know what I mean. So then they need to be bigger, right? So they need to be slightly bigger. So I say 2.5, 2.5, 0.5. Yeah, I think that's the actual answer. Solved. Yeah. And then we have the wooden crate. Yep, that's perfect. What about the crates? I bet they're the barrel-sized ones. Yeah, they are. So we need to figure out the size. We could just keep... These aren't column ones, right? These are effectively the... let's call this wide. No, let's call them small. Medium. Yeah. And then the default one for the character is the small one. Now the problem is the chest ones are probably going to be the fuckiest ones. Because you can yeah, because they're oriented now. So you could just do that. But it isn't technically correct. Like they're ever so slightly out, aren't they? So you're gonna have to need let's call this chest. Let's say west to east or east west. It doesn't really matter. So that's going to be the right position, but its x coordinate's going to be 7.5. Oh no, that's wrong. So that needs to be 0.5, I think. Oh, I've got them slightly the wrong way around. Okay. I don't think it's 0.5. I think it's like let's say try 0.4. 0.3? No, it's going to be... Yeah, 0.3. Yeah, that looks about right. And then we're going to have north, south. There we go. It's great news, isn't it? Yeah, that looks fun, right? So then the last thing is the chest open. So they're going to have the same hitboxes, effectively. Yeah, they've got the same hitboxes. Oh, no, no, no. That one's... Yeah, so south to west, I've done that slightly wrong. So that didn't need to be... No, it needs to be like 0.1? Yeah, they are very weirdly positioned. Like, just very weirdly positioned. Yeah, they're right now. The last one to do is the spiral staircases. Now, they have got a weirder hitbox. I don't think they're the small. I think they're the same as the medium. Yeah, they've got the medium hitbox. But they're not medium because their placing is wrong because they need to be shifted up ever so slightly, right? So let's call that spiral. And they need to be shifted up. So I'd say 125. 125. No, that's not right. It's about 0.5. So the X position now looks well off. Yeah, because before it needed to be 375 maybe for X. Yeah, so the X position is now right, yeah. But now it's the Y position needs to be 375, I guess? No, the other way around. Oh, shit. Let's go to 3. Not exactly. 125. Yes, that's right there, right? That's perfect. That one's perfect. That one is... Yeah, I think that's actually... I think they're all perfect now. No, they're not. Oh, okay. So what type of staircase is that one? Because they're all slightly different, aren't they, with their hitboxes? I could probably just put this to the side. And we can find out the different spirals here. Or a... Stairs spiral. So the one that is correct is called north. Let's call that one north. Yeah? And I bet it's the same for south. Then the east ones. What's wrong with them? You can't see this, but I'm just looking for the east style ones. Those. They're too high. So the south ones. Ah, so the north. Oh god, they're all probably going to have their own different hitboxes at this point. East, south, west. They pretty much have their own hitboxes, don't they? Yeah. So we know that the northern one is perfectly fine, right? But the southern ones weren't, right? They're too far north. So they need to be shoved down a bit more. Actually, even more. Right, now that's correct. Yeah? The eastern ones look like that. There's even an eastern one here. There is, but I can't see it. So let's just do... We've done the north and we've done the south, haven't we? Just do the eastern. Eastern needs to be to the right a little bit. Yeah, that looks perfect now. And then the last one we've got is the western, which is... I don't know if that's wrong or not. I think it is. Right? No, it needs to be... Sorry, it's literally just a number crunching then. Yeah, sorry. I could zoom in. I'm just... The window is 1080p, by the way. That's the funny thing. Like, look, this is... I think that needs to go further north now. Like, you can see it's not right. So it still needs to go further east. It still needs to go further to the X direction, right? Oops, that's meant to be on a boundary. Yeah, it just looks like it's off slightly on the drawing. So that's a little bit weird. Maybe it's just you have to do that. Yeah, I'm going to go with that. Those look like they're the hitboxes now. They all look a bit so random, but they do work, I swear. You've seen me tweak them, right? Okay. So there's all of those hitboxes now done. So if I now do the entire, this object list, and we increase the density of the objects as well, so they're very dense now. Look at that. I'm stuck on the box. I'm going to get stuck on that. Yeah, I'm stuck on that. But if I go diagonally, I just kind of skate off everything. Yeah, it works. Yeah. Yeah, I've just got very big computer screens. They're 4K, so that helps for me. But yeah, it looks like looking good, right? You got to admit, this looks cool. So then the next thing I've got to do is let's not do 1080p. Raylib init window. Let's maximize the window straight away, right? That didn't maximize it. Let's go maximized. Now let's make it resizable. Right? And now it doesn't, the frame buffer hasn't changed. But now you can see a bigger thing. We could do full size, full screen mode. Oh. Does that work? No, it does work. It's not rendering. Okay, that is weird for OBS. Let's kill that. Yeah, that was bad for OBS. Oh god, it's even cocked up. Even cocked that up. Does that? Yeah, it still does it. It's the proper full screen rather than. Yeah, this is not what I want. Not at all. I keep sliding down in my chair. It's not good for your posture, Bill. Yeah. So. Yeah, like look how much I've actually written tonight. I've written less than 500 lines of code, and I've got this really cool thing with Raylib as well. Pretty cool, right? We can get rid of those drawing those debug things. So if I go if false. So I'm going to clean some stuff up as well here. So for instance, where it's doing the positions like this, we could just now pass that in directly like that. Yeah? Same with that. Same with that. I love Odin when you can do this, by the way. Multiple return values. Brilliant, isn't it? It's brilliant. It's brilliant. No, I don't know which. If we can get anyone get any references that I'm saying, I'd be impressed. That's all I'm saying. There we go. Isn't that wonderful? We've got collision detection. We've got really, really bad like anti-aliasing. Not as you know, alpha blending because it's not pre-multiplied. Look at that horrific thing when it's not pre-multiplied. But yeah. Yeah, I know. This is the thing is I took what Lua did and made it better, pretty much. Like I'm not like that's kind of what I was trying to do. Lua only does the pops off one value on the stack, and I kind of do them all of them. So yeah, this is the thing is when you're having fun, like making a game like this, you get quite done. For nearly 5 hours of work for saying I'm not doing much on a Tuesday evening. Yeah, look at that. Yep. I wonder if the shader could just be get rid of the discard. Nope, that's why I had the discard. Look at that. That's why you need it. But that's not a bad little game now, is it? Honestly, that's not even a game. This is literally just a walking simulator at this point. To make it a game, I would need things in it to do. And I have no idea what I was planning on doing. But it looks good, doesn't it? It looks polished. Kind of, right? I think. Oh, I don't get it, people. I don't get it right. So, yeah. There you go, that's Rayliv as well. But God, it's just that you just need pre-multiplied alpha, and then I'll be fine. I'll be like hunky dory with everything. Yeah, what I need to do here is if it collides, I need to change what the is moving thing to be. So I need to change that to false. So if it collides, you just stop. Oh no, it doesn't. Yeah, now it stops. That doesn't. Oh, it's because I'm hitting a wall. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Of course, that would have been the case. I knew that was going to happen. I'm like, if you slide against it, it's not going to. Of course. You would need to have if both positions. Well, like if the movement is like that stops, right? But that's sliding. So if I need to make the room smaller as well because I just want to get to that wall quicker. Oh God, look at that shadow, man. That shadow is perfect, right? There's nothing wrong with that shadow. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing now. I don't think it makes that much of a difference to check. But hey, yo, what do people want to know? Anything that's pretty cool about this? I could always give the code out online. It's not really that impressive, to be honest with you. Also, that curved corner isn't actually the nicest thing in the world. Corner south? There we go, proper corner. We have dirt tiles now as well. So if we add more stuff to the floor. And we probably just have dirt as well, don't we? So there we go. But it doesn't look good with the objects. So certain things you can't place on certain tiles, I would do. Otherwise like that, and that doesn't look good. But the dirt tiles, that still looks bad actually. Wonder why it doesn't get stuck? Because I'm doing it kind of calculating it before I do anything else. Should be okay. And I've also got like high enough frame rate. Like if I'm not, it's not frame rate independent at the moment. But if I did 30 frames per second, it might do it. And oh god, 30 looks choppy as anything. How do people play games at 30 frames per second is what I want to know. 60. I mean, I've got 144 hertz display, but 60 looks fine. I could be used to 60. Right? 30. Oh god. Ugh. Well, I guess motion blur helps a lot. 5 more hours. No. I could do a Sokoban. I absolutely hate Sokobans, for God's sake, though. Oh, you know what I could do? Right? We've got the character animations, yeah? So it says is moving, right? We've got the is moving, and then we need to check the was moving as well. You know what I mean? I'll explain why for the time being. If it is moving and was moving. So I'm going to do here is that if was moving, then set it to 0. Right, I'll explain what my rationale is here. What I'm trying to do this, keep the current accumulator going for a while, is because when we're doing the character texture here, we effectively, I want to do frames per second. If the accumulator is less than, let's say, 2 seconds, yeah? We do 2, so wait time. That's it. Isn't it pick up? Hmm. Apparently it's not pick up. What is it? It is pick up, but there's not... There's 10 of them. Oh, I know what I've done wrong. Okay. Is greater than... If that time... We could figure out the problem is that... Oh, it's not the mod necessarily I need here. Is if this is back to 0, but it's not at 0, right? Like if that is, then we need to reset it, the accumulator back to 0. So if... Yeah, I don't want it every 2 seconds. So we need to push that back like by 4. So look, we go. It picks up. Wait, 6 seconds. Comes to pick up again. And then when we run around... He just keeps picking up randomly. Either of them will be the case. I think that needs to be slowed down a little bit. Because that pickup animation is a bit like fast to me. Let's go even slower. Let's go for like 8 for a second. Yeah, it's 2. 10 was fine. That's a pretty cool little animation, isn't it? Right, look at that. Sorry, that's just, I think that's so cool. Yeah, he's picking up that penny spent earlier. Exactly, I kept spending some pennies. Seriously, man. I kind of love that idle animation. And the thing is, we can make it even cooler by doing the rand dot... what is a rand float range is what I want. F32 range. So we want to go between... but the problem is the randomness is always going to be exactly the same every single time. So it's kind of designed that way to be the same. So I kind of need, just to push it for this context, something that's global. Yeah. So now the seed. Yeah. So it's going to be anywhere between 1 and 6 seconds, I think. Yeah. There we go. No, I'm not using the tilde backend yet. We're still using the LLVM1, unfortunately. But I have been trying to improve compile times like mad recently, and I mean, like, really like mad. There's a lot of things we need to do, but you can see what I'm doing here, right? Like, this is compiling really quickly. Like, look at that. And well, let's just say there's an even simpler trick. Don't this? I'm gonna do something, and you won't be able to see it. Right, let's say there's a secret feature that allows me to have instant compile times. Like that. Yeah. I wonder what... I'm not telling you what this secret feature is, but it's there. All I'm saying is it's technically not compiling anymore. That's the trick. Just to prove it, I'm just going to do... That was actually still fast to compile, I would say that, actually. It's just like... Yeah, that makes it even faster. I do think that's pretty cool, right? Oh yeah, was the other thing we could do with the floor. So we'd rendered the flooring. They're the walls. Yeah, they're the floors. Then we can draw on top again. We could call this ground covering next, yeah? And it was mainly the only ground covering I could see was like planks and such. Like this. There's planks broken. There's broken bridges and such, but I'm not really that bothered with that. Tables, no, not yet. No, but let's do the ground coverings, yeah? Oops, continue, not context. There should be some ground coverings in places now, but there isn't. Let's not say 10, let's say 2. Okay, every single one then? What? Huh? Oh, I know what's gone wrong. Yeah, I know what's gone wrong. It's my secret thing. It's still not working properly. Yeah, so they're the ground coverings. But I don't like the full-on planks. I think just the broken planks would be forked. I misspelled broken. Of course I did. I think the broken planks are probably okay. And then we want to render them as not 1 in 2, but 1 in 10. Though we should be the odd one every so often, yeah? And in fact, let's make that even rarer and get literally the broken ones are the only one that looks good, actually, in my opinion. How do I handle it? Yes. I don't know yet. Just linearly, I guess. Okay, let's make the world size even bigger. Let's make this the 32 by 32. Yeah. I also think the camera position looks a bit off. Like, still, I'm like, I know I've been gotten used to it already, but like, I think. I mean, that looks a little bit better now, actually. Just a little bit. Let's try to just go full size tile. No, he looks. No, it needed to be just there. Yeah. Shadows. Yeah, there's shadows. Those that you want to see how the shadow rendering goes against when he walks on it. Look at that, and then walk in front of that. Oh, look, the best ever. No no pre-multiplied alpha. I keep owning because it is kind of like annoying. Yummy pixels. Yeah. Yeah. Fast compile times. Welcome to Odin, I guess. This is a great game, man. This is the best game you've ever played. Sorry, the best game you've never played because yeah. And this is the most hackiest code in the world as well. But it works. It does the job. It does the job quite well, actually. So yeah. Let's do zoom by like 4 times. You can see it's got some very weird linear blending, but not very good stuff. But yeah. He's picking stuff up. Randomly. That's his idle animation now. Like, there's a random difference between when that happens as well, so. Yeah, it's quite good, right? Zoom back out to 1. You get to see it in its full glory. The problem with this tile starter pack didn't really have anything else in it, if you know what I mean. I mean, I can't complain too much. It's free. Isometric. There's a lot of different, like there's the isometric, like there's the other miniature ones, like here's a library set I could have added. Yeah, like there's all the library stuff inside here. There was also the farm stuff. So this was the outside kind of tiles. So you could have had, literally what's interesting is you can build the full on barn stuff from all that components, which is pretty cool. But like, I am not sure. And then this one here's to prototype with, so you can just pretend you're doing like, I don't know, you're in source. But yeah. That must have been, oh, fun. So we've got the miniature stuff. So there's more miniature stuff here with the, what are this, bases? I guess. I think with this kind of tile set, you do really want like to be manually designing it, not having generated. It doesn't feel like it's a tile set for random generation. But it like really won't work because it's too specific in places. But like it's been nice and fun to figure this out, by the way. So yeah, I think I would call that a night. Been here for 5 hours and I'm absolutely tired. It's 1:30 midnight, so yeah. Thank you so much, guys, for joining in for my yearly streams. So, when this is done, the VOD should be public, and then I should probably push it onto YouTube as well, so people can watch it. So have a lovely night and evening, everybody, and yeah, thank you for tuning in.